Chapter 16, 75. On the plain of beasts, the celestial clans, celestial divine guards, were still waiting. The celestial divine guard in charge of divination had already recovered and was trying to divine again. However, he was still blocked and had to temporarily give up on the divination to avoid being injured again. Since they couldn't divine, they could only wait. However, more than 20 days had passed and there was still no news. The celestial divine guards' faces were very ugly. It was just a human who was nothing in their eyes. He was just a mere 2-star martial saint. Not only did he escape from their pursuit, but he also made them wait here for more than 20 days with no way out. Disgrace. This was simply a disgrace to the celestial divine guards. The third palace of the 100 Beasts Palace was about the same size as the first and second palace. There were also murals on the wall. The spiritual beasts that appeared were all peak 3-star martial saints. There were a total of 25 of them. 25 3-star sacred rank spirit beasts were definitely much stronger than 52-star sacred rank spirit beasts. However, in front of Chu Mu's sword, they still couldn't put up any resistance. In fact, they didn't even have the time to attack before they all died under Chu Mu's sword. In the fourth palace, there were 12 spiritual beasts. Every one of them was a peak 4-star martial saint. 4-star martial saints were already mid-level martial saints. The difference between them and low-level martial saints was that their reactions were faster and their intelligence was higher. The moment these peak 4-star martial saints appeared, they immediately attacked Chu Mu. 12 different attacks bombarded him from all directions. With a sword in hand, Chu Mu wasn't afraid at all. Peak 4-star martial saints were indeed not weak, especially when there were 12 of them. However, to Chu Mu it was still not enough. One had to know that under normal circumstances, the difference between each star level was very big. Originally, Chu Mu could easily kill all 12 spiritual beasts, even if they attacked first. However, in the end, Chu Mu only killed 11 spiritual beasts easily and left one alive. This was an ape about 10 meters tall. This ape was different from the colossal arm ape that Chu Mu fought before. However, it was also completely black, but the hair on its head stood up. It looked very unique. This ape's body looked very strong and well-proportioned, unlike the colossal arm ape. It was just that its arms were the most special. The reason why Chu Mu kept this ape was because this ape was similar to the colossal arm ape in that it used its physique to fight. Spirit beasts basically had a strong physique, and they also had powerful energy in their bodies. However, some spirit beasts didn't have any energy in their bodies. They only had a strong physique. They were very strong, ridiculously strong. This kind of spirit beast's close combat strength was very terrifying. They could often fight against people of a higher level. This ape was even stronger than the giant armed ape. Chu Mu planned to use it to refine his saint body. Putting away the raging brilliance spiritual sword, Chu Mu took out the 5 elements spirit cleansing dew. After consuming it, he fought with the ape with his fists. The gap between Chu Mu's saint body and the other party was very obvious. In this kind of head-on battle, he was suddenly blown away and injured. However, with the 5 elements spirit cleansing dew, coupled with the fact that his self-healing ability had reached the 4th level saint body, he quickly recovered and strengthened. Yes, the 4th level saint body was already different from the 3rd level saint body. It had the ability that the 3rd level saint body didn't have, powerful self-healing. Chu Mu himself, because of the Nirvana realm's tribulation, integrated with the vitality of the wood aspect's origin, he had a very strong self-healing ability. After breaking through to the 4th level saint body, he had obtained a powerful self-healing ability. The two merged with each other, causing the self-healing ability to be doubled. If it took 10 breaths of time to heal an injury, it now only took 5 breaths of time. Although the difference between 10 breaths and 5 breaths was only 5 breaths of time, it was very long for an expert in battle. From the early 3rd level saint body to the early 4th level saint body, Chu Mu consumed 10,000 kilograms of 5 elements spirit cleansing dew, to refine from the early 4th level saint body to the early 5th level. Chu didn't know how much 5 elements spirit cleansing dew he would need to consume. However, under his perception, he felt that it should be around 100,000 kilograms. In other words, the 150,000 kilograms of 5 elements spirit cleansing dew he brought out from the Divine Mountain's secret realm could only refine his body from the early 3rd level saint body to the early 5th level saint body. There was still about 40,000 kilograms left. The effect of 40,000 kilograms of 5 elements spirit cleansing dew on the 5th level saint body was further weakened. Maybe he would need 1 million kilograms of 5 elements spirit cleansing dew to refine his 5th level saint body to the 6th level. After reaching the 6th level, the 5 elements spirit cleansing dew would lose its effect. However, that should be a long time in the future. At present, there was no need to think about it. He only needed to fight and refine his saint body. 2 figures, one big and one small, were constantly fighting inside the palace. Chu Mu's saint body was injured again and again. Again and again, it healed itself and strengthened itself. The 5 elements spirit cleansing dew was also constantly consumed. The strong pressure and violent collisions brought about the improvement of the saint body's strength. The early 4th level saint body broke through to the intermediate 4th level. The spirit beasts that appeared in the murals were not real spirit beasts with flesh and blood. They were spirit beasts composed of a kind of power. However, they were created based on real existing spirit beasts. Therefore, they had all kinds of abilities of those spirit beasts. Moreover, they also had an ability that real spirit beasts didn't have: unlimited physical strength. Yes, the spirit beasts that appeared in the murals wouldn't have problems such as lack of power or physical exhaustion. Therefore, they could continue to fight. After a period of time, Chu Mu's saint body strength was further enhanced, reaching the late 4th level. The fighting continued until Chu Mu's saint body reached the peak of the 4th level. At this point, he consumed 50,000 kilograms of 5 elements spirit cleansing dew. At this point, Chu Mu would no longer be injured in a head-on clash with the ape. At this level, Chu Mu didn't take the 5 elements spirit cleansing dew anymore. Because the ape couldn't bring him strong pressure, it couldn't promote the rapid absorption of the 5 elements spirit cleansing dew. Therefore, after familiarizing himself with his powerful saint body and observing and learning the opponent's way of exerting force, he perfected his Zhen Tian style. The ape's way of exerting force was more inclined to eruption. In a flash, the power would at least double. It should be known that its power was already very tyrannical. In a flash, the power would be even more incredible. Chu Mu also learned it. He slowly tried to integrate it into his Zhen Tian style. This way of exerting force, Chu Mu named it the explosive force technique, which meant the method of erupting power. Like the giant force technique, it became the way of exerting force that Chu Mu learned. However, it was a difficult problem to integrate the giant force technique and the explosive force technique into his earthquake energy. Chu Mu tried again and slowly found the way. Zhen Tian style. With a low roar, he exhaled and his power condensed in an instant and poured into his forearm. His right forearm swelled in an instant. A powerful force gathered in it and directly increased by 30%. Immediately, Chu Mu blasted out this punch and blasted it toward the ape. The ape also blasted out a punch and instantly erupted with power. At the moment when the 2 fists collided, Chu Mu used the explosive force technique and the earthquake energy. Under the eruption of power, the power was more tyrannical and the speed was faster. When the earthquake energy was activated, the power of the shock was even more terrifying. With a pung sound, they collided. Chu Mu and the ape instantly retreated. The ape's arm was trembling, and so was Chu Mu. The power was too strong, and the recoil was also very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that his sacred body had reached the peak of the 4th rank, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even so, such a powerful punch couldn't be casually used. With a thought, Chumu once again took out the blazing glory spiritual sword. The purpose of his research and learning was ultimately to strengthen himself and his own sword principle. With the sword in hand, Chumu launched another attack. When his arm recovered, he once again launched the Zhen Tian style. No, in the case of using a sword, the Zhen Tian style could be called the Zhen Tian sword style. As soon as he displayed the Zhen Tian sword style, Chumu discovered something and his eyes lit up. With a bang, the blazing glory spiritual sword slashed on the ape's body. Not only did it repel the ape, but it also broke its tough fur. This attack was much more powerful than a fist attack. With one sword, the ape was injured. Of course, this was the result of Chumu using his physical strength. If he used his full strength, he would have killed the ape in a second. After his arm recovered, he once again displayed the Zhen Tian sword style. This time, Chumu switched to whipping. The sword body vibrated at an extremely high frequency. With the support of the giant strength technique and the explosive strength technique, its power was unbelievably strong. When it hit the ape's body, it made an extremely loud sound, as if a 100-meter-long drum had been beaten. At the point of the whipping, circles of ripples spread out and impacted in all directions. Under this huge force, the ape's body flew backward and smashed into the wall. Half of its body collapsed. Chumu was slightly stunned. Such a sword was enough to whip a 5-star martial saint to death on the spot. Looking at the ape, a 4-star martial saint with a strong physique at the peak of the 4-star martial saint level, it was whipped until its skin and flesh were torn open. It suffered serious injuries. This was enough to show the violence of this sword. Yes, violence. Chumu came up with the word violence to describe the Zhen Tian sword style. Although the Zhen Tian sword style could not be compared to the cloud-piercing sword style, the Dao Cutter sword style, and so on, it was limited by power. The power of a 4-star martial saint body was not strong enough. Moreover, Chumu did not integrate sword strength into this sword, nor did he comprehend the relevant true meaning. Once he integrated sword strength and comprehended the relevant true meaning, the power of this sword would increase by tens or even hundreds of times. At that time, even a 6-star martial saint could be whipped to death by this sword. Compared to the Dao Cutter sword style, which was a pure slashing sword style, the Zhen Tian sword style was really violent. Moreover, it currently had more room for improvement than the other sword styles. This was perhaps the unexpected gain that Chumu had gained from entering the 100 Beasts Palace. Chapter 1676. Somewhere in the Myriad Beasts plain, a gigantic spirit beast was crawling on the ground like a small hill. When it didn't move or even emit its aura, people would really think that it was a small hill. No, it was a spiritual beast, a powerful beast king, one of the rulers of the plains of myriad beasts, the Sky Will Beast King. The seemingly sleeping Sky Will Beast King was actually waiting for the human who had entered the 100 Beasts Hall, hoping that the human could complete his task. He didn't mind giving the human some benefits. In fact, Chumu wasn't the first person he had found to enter the 100 Beasts Hall. However, the people before him had all failed. The consequence of failure was death in the 100 Beasts Hall. The Sky Wheel Beast King had the strength of a peerless master. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter the 100 Beasts Hall. However, there was something he needed in the 100 Beasts Hall. He could only let someone else enter and help him retrieve what he wanted. As a trade, he naturally had to give some benefits. Ever since the human had entered the plains of myriad beasts, the Sky Wheel Beast King had noticed him. He had been secretly observing the human's battle with the 2 spiritual beasts and being chased by the Sky Clan's Sky God Guards. Especially when the human had been chased by the Sky Clan's Sky God Guards, he had been able to escape repeatedly. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible. It was because of this that the Sky Will Beast King had his eyes on Chumu. He had chosen Chumu to rescue him from the Sky Clan's Sky God Guard's pursuit. He had also given Chu Mu some benefits to raise his cultivation before proposing a trade. Among the beast kings of the plains of myriad beasts, the Sky Will Beast King was the oldest and the one with the best temper. If it had been any other beast king, they might have directly threatened Chu Mu with their lives. In the Sky Wheel Beast King's opinion, this human had a high chance of getting what he wanted. Unfortunately, although he was in charge of the 100 Beasts Hall, he couldn't directly see the situation inside. He could only vaguely sense Chu Mu's progress. As he continued to move forward, Chu Mu had already arrived at the 5th palace. In the 5th palace hall, there was also a mural of 100 beasts. There were a total of 6 spiritual beasts on the mural, and each of them had the strength of a 5-star martial saint. A 5-star saint-level spirit beast was not weak, especially when there were 6 of them. Once they appeared, they immediately attacked Chu Mu. Chu Mu's strength was not something that a 5-star saint-level spirit beast could deal with, not even a 5-star saint-level spirit beast. However, Chu Mu did not immediately kill them. Instead, without using the divine wilderness sword origin, he used the power of his sacred body to fight. Yes, Chu Mu was using these 6 spirit beasts to perfect Zhen Tian's sword style. The power of Zhen Tian's swordsmanship was further enhanced after the integration of sword force. However, Chu Mu knew very well that the power of sword force could not be fully unleashed when used with the power of vibration. After all, the power of vibration was more of a skill than a kind of power. It was a skill related to the use of power. By using a unique skill to vibrate the power that one possessed, one would be able to unleash an even stronger power. The simplest way was naturally the power of the physique. It was very difficult to vibrate other powers, especially powers like sword force. After many attempts, Chu Mu finally succeeded in vibrating the sword force. However, it was only level 1 sword force. With the level 1 sword force vibrations, the power of Zhen Tian's swordsmanship was increased by 2 times. Although Chu Mu's strength was much stronger than a 5-star saint-level spirit beast, it did not mean that he could withstand the attack of a 5-star saint-level spirit beast. Therefore, Chu Mu constantly dodged the attacks of the 6 spirit beasts. As he dodged, he tried to vibrate the sword force again and again. Zhen Tian performed the swordsmanship again. The body of the sword vibrated violently, and the level 2 sword force vibrated along with the vibrations of the sword. It combined with the earthquake force, giant strength technique, explosive strength technique, and other skills to become an even stronger power. It exploded the moment it hit a spirit beast. Chu Mu used the whipping method for this move. He realized that Zhen Tian's swordsmanship used the whipping method, which meant that he used the body of the sword to attack. The power that exploded was more violent than a slash. Of course, slashing had its advantages, and whipping had its advantages. To attack with whipping, the sword itself must be tough enough. With the level 2 sword force vibrations, the swordsmanship was even more powerful. With a bang, the body of a 5-star saint-level spirit beast exploded from the whipping. The part of the body that was hit by the sword directly exploded. The power of Zhen Tian's swordsmanship was further enhanced. However, Chu Mu was not satisfied with this. He continued to move around and dodge the spirit beasts. After his arm recovered, he performed Zhen Tian's swordsmanship again. He performed 6 swordsmanship and whipped 6 5-star saint-level spirit beasts to explode. With the body of a 4-star saint-level spirit beast, Zhen Tian's swordsmanship was shockingly powerful without using the divine wilderness sword origin and the power of law. If he could integrate the level 9 sword force into it and comprehend the true meaning of tremor, the power would increase by many times. In the 6th hall, there were only 3 spirit beasts that appeared on the mural. However, these 3 spirit beasts all had the strength of a 6-star saint-level spirit beast. They were very powerful. Chu Mu fought 1 against 3, and still used the 3 6-star saint-level spirit beasts as an experiment to practice Zhen Tian's swordsmanship. Every time Zhen Tian's swordsmanship was performed, he needed to concentrate and gather his strength in an instant before releasing it. Therefore, it would put a considerable burden on his arm. Under such a burden, he could not use it again. Otherwise, it would cause damage to his arm. Of course, the burden would not last forever. It would disappear quickly. Chu Mu already knew the duration of the burden from his repeated attempts. It was very accurate. It was 60 breaths. This was a cycle. Once 60 breaths were up, the burden would disappear completely and he could perform Zhen Tian's swordsmanship again. A 6-star saint-level spirit beast was far stronger than a 5-star saint-level spirit beast. Therefore, Chu Mu could not simply dodge. After dodging, he would also counterattack. He treated it as practicing his swordsmanship and the vibrations of the sword force. When the time was up, he would perform Zhen Tian's swordsmanship. A 6-star saint-level spirit beast's physique was far stronger than a 5-star saint-level spirit beast's physique. Therefore, Zhen Tian's swordsmanship, which could kill a 5-star saint-level spirit beast with a single strike, could only repel a 6-star saint-level spirit beast. However, this gave Chu Mu a better opportunity to practice his swordsmanship. Although a 6-star saint-level spirit beast was powerful, it was still not Chu Mu's match. After repeated attempts, Chu Mu finally succeeded in creating the vibration of the 3rd-level sword force. He integrated it into Zhen Tian's swordsmanship, causing the power of Zhen Tian's swordsmanship to increase further. With a single strike, not only could he repel a 6-star saint-level spirit beast, but he could also cause minor injuries. The 4th-level sword force was successfully created, and the power of Zhen Tian's swordsmanship increased again. The minor injuries were aggravated. Unfortunately, Chu Mu seemed to have reached a bottleneck. He could not successfully create the 5th-level sword force. In this way, Chu Mu used 3 6-star saint-level spirit beasts to practice Zhen Tian's swordsmanship a few more times. Only then did he perform the other swordsmanship and kill the 3 spirit beasts. There was only 1 spirit beast in the 7th palace. It was a 7-star saint-level spirit beast. Chu Mu was excited. Without the heavenly puppet, he had never fought a 7-star saint-level spirit beast to the death. This was his first time, and it was a 7-star saint-level spirit beast at that. If Chu Mu's cultivation had not increased to the early stage of the 3rd sky of Aeon, he would not have been able to fight a 7-star saint-level spirit beast. He would have had to use the Wheel of Soul-splitting primordial spirit attack secret technique or equip the heavenly puppet with the heavenly wasteland. In reality, the heavenly will beast king felt that Chu Mu should be able to obtain the item it wanted through the 100 beast palace. It was in the heavenly puppet Chu Mu was using. According to its observations, the heavenly puppet desolate heavenly puppet had the strength of a peak 7-star saint rank. Under Chu Mu's control, its strength could exceed that and reach 8-star saint rank. The heavenly will beast king did not expect that Chu Mu would not use the heavenly puppet. He wanted to fight with his own strength. Facing this 7-star saint rank spirit beast, Chu Mu didn't dare to hold back. 2 swords appeared in his hands. Aside from not using any secret techniques, he used all of his strength to fight against the 7-star saint rank spirit beast. As soon as the fight started, Chu Mu discovered that this 7-star saint rank peak spirit beast gave him quite a bit of pressure. Not only was it quite a bit, Chu Mu had to fully concentrate and use all of his abilities in order to barely resist. When he was in the early stage of the 2nd sky of Aeon, he could kill a 6-star saint-level spirit beast. However, when he was in the 3rd sky of Aeon, he could not kill a 7-star saint-level spirit beast. The difference between a 6-star saint level and a 7-star saint level was huge. It was the difference between a mid-level saint level and a high-level saint level. After a fierce battle, Chu Mu used the Sword of Interception. The 2 swords immediately trapped the spirit beast. However, Chu Mu soon found a flaw in the Sword of Interception. It was too small. The spirit beast was huge. The sword of interception could only cover a few meters. It could only cover a small part of the spirit beast. Naturally, it could not be used effectively. Chu Mu had no choice but to retreat. He quickly equipped the heavenly puppet and controlled the heavenly puppet to fight with the spirit beast. Chu Mu had to be very careful when fighting with the spirit beast. His saint body could not withstand the attack of a 7-star saint-level spirit beast. If he was hit, he would be seriously injured and lose the ability to fight. However, it was different with the heavenly puppet. The heavenly puppet's defense was amazing. It could withstand the attack of a 7-star saint-level spirit beast. Even an 8-star saint-level spirit beast's attack could at most injure the heavenly puppet a little. After equipping the heavenly puppet, it was even more powerful. It had the ability to fight a 7-star saint-level spirit beast head-on. Under such circumstances, he was not in a hurry to kill the spirit beast. Instead, he used the spirit beast to practice his sword. He wanted to see if he could use the sword of Gentian while controlling the heavenly puppet. After all, although the heavenly puppet was much more powerful than his current saint body, it was still not his body. Although he could control it freely, there was still a huge gap between it and his body. Therefore, it was very difficult to use the sky-shaking sword style. Chapter 16, 77. The Heaven Wasteland heavenly puppet's material determined its own strength, and determined that its defense was extremely shocking. Even if it was hit by a peak 7-star saint rank spirit beast, it would at most suffer a bit of damage, unable to pose any threat to Chu Mu, who was inside. However, the heavenly puppet was a puppet after all, and not a body of flesh and blood. Chu Mu could not use the great strength technique. Under such circumstances, Gentian's sword style could not be used. Even if he could not use Gentian's sword style, Chu Mu could still kill the peak 7-star martial saint spiritual beast. After an intense battle, the peak 7-star martial saint spiritual beast was finally killed by Chu Mu. There shouldn't be any more powerful spiritual beasts. Chu Mu thought to himself, this was already his greatest strength. If another peak 8-star martial saint spiritual beast appeared, he would not be a match for it. Fortunately, the 100 Beast Hall had a cultivation restriction. After entering, one's strength would not be restricted. Otherwise, Chu Mu would be helpless and could only die here. Thinking about it, even if he deliberately suppressed his cultivation, he would still be recognized and would not be able to enter. Otherwise, Chu Mu would not be needed. Once the peak 7-star martial saint spiritual beast died, a door appeared. Chu Mu armed himself with the heavenly puppet and walked in. Even if there were opponents armed with the heavenly puppet, it would be better than entering with his own body. After entering, it was the 8th hall. It was not much different from the previous 7 halls. It also had murals of 100 beasts. In addition, in the center, there was something like an altar. On top of it, there was a huge white oval egg. Yes, it was a huge white egg that was 2 meters tall. Chu Mu could feel a trace of aura emanating from the huge egg. It was a strong life force. In other words, the huge egg was alive. It seemed to be the egg of a spiritual beast. Judging from the aura, the bloodline of this spiritual beast was extraordinary. Human, did you get it? The heavenly will beast king's voice suddenly sounded, startling Chu Mu. It couldn't enter, and it couldn't know the specifics. It could only sense Chu Mu's progress and where he was. At this moment, Sky Will Beast King sensed that Chu Mu had entered the 8th palace, which was why he asked. Found it, Chu Mu replied. With a thought, he put the white egg into his space ring. Then, a door appeared in front of Chu Mu. After stepping through the door, Chu Mu left the 100 Beast Hall. He appeared in front of the Sky Will Beast King and took out the white egg. Your Excellency Beast King, I'm glad I didn't fail you, Chu Mu said. Thank you, young friend. The Sky Will Beast King's tone was filled with joy. He even changed the way he addressed Yi Futian from human to young friend. Your Excellency Beast King is too polite. Chumu smiled. Although he was curious, Chumu did not ask. The Sky Will Beast King did not explain what kind of spirit beast the egg belonged to. According to our agreement, you can enter that place to cultivate again, the Sky Will Beast King said. Thank you, Your Excellency Beast King, Chumu said. Then, Chumu entered the room again. This time, Chumu was completely at ease as he cultivated. The golden red pure aura spread out. Chumu sat down cross-legged and absorbed it wholeheartedly. Until now, Chumu did not know what kind of power this was. However, he knew that this aura was closely related to the Sky Will Beast King. This was because he had felt the aura from the Sky Will Beast King before. The two were very similar. Under the continuous absorption, Chumu's divine wilderness sword essence began a new round of growth. Originally, when he reached the early third sky of the ancient era from the early second sky of the ancient era, although he had consolidated it, he still needed some time to completely master the increase in cultivation. Entering the 100-Beast Palace, using his sword again and again, especially in the final battle with the spirit beasts, allowed Chumu to constantly familiarize himself with his own strength until he grasped it. Now, when he cultivated and absorbed it again, there were no repercussions. As he continued to cultivate and absorb, the divine wilderness sword essence continued to increase. From the early third sky of the ancient era to the middle third sky of the ancient era, it continued to accumulate. The increase in cultivation between the third sky of the ancient era was slower than the second sky of the ancient era. Therefore, it took more time. 20 days later, Chumu's cultivation rose from the early third sky of the ancient era to the peak third sky of the ancient era. After that, he continued to consolidate his cultivation. The golden red aura was endless, and Chumu did not hesitate to absorb it. After the peak third sky of the ancient era, it was time to break through to the fourth sky of the ancient era. The third sky of the ancient era belonged to the lower level of the ancient era, while the fourth sky of the ancient era belonged to the middle level of the ancient era. It was not easy to break through from the lower level of the ancient era to the middle level of the ancient era. In order to break through to the fourth sky of the ancient era, there were strict requirements. Firstly, one needed a corresponding cultivation realm. The concept of cultivation realm was very mysterious and difficult to explain clearly. Simply put, it was the understanding of the Tao of cultivation. It felt like a person's understanding of the same matter. When they were young, middle-aged, and old, their understanding of the same matter would change greatly at every stage. It was as if they were closer to the essence of the matter. Secondly, one had to have a corresponding level of primordial spirit. It had to be at least a second-level primordial spirit. Thirdly, there must be enough accumulation, which is the accumulation of energy. None of the three requirements could be missing. Now, Chumu had fulfilled all three requirements. Therefore, he started to break through to the fourth sky of the ancient era. His cultivation level had long surpassed the fourth heavenly layer of the Aeon realm. His primordial spirit had also surpassed the fourth heavenly layer of the Aeon realm. Under such circumstances, with sufficient energy, it wasn't difficult for him to break through. As he continued to absorb energy, it felt as if something had opened up. Suddenly, the divine wilderness sword essence in his body surged. This was a completely different feeling that made Chumu intoxicated. Early fourth sky of the ancient era. The difference between the middle level of the ancient era and the lower level of the ancient era was indeed different. Not only did the quantity of the sword essence increase, but the quality was also purer. Apart from that, Chumu also knew that the recovery speed of the sword essence was very obvious. This should be the ability of the middle level of the ancient era. It was something that the lower level of the ancient era did not have. After absorbing another round of the golden red aura and stabilizing his cultivation base, the golden red aura disappeared. Although it was a pity, Chumu knew that the Heavenly Will Beast King had stopped releasing the aura. It was already very good that he had been able to reach the fourth sky of the ancient era from the early third sky of the ancient era. If he had cultivated normally, he would not have been able to break through without 30 to 40 years. From the early second sky of the ancient era to the early third sky of the ancient era, and then from the early third sky of the ancient era to the early fourth sky of the ancient era, it was a leap of 2 heavens. It would take at least 50 to 60 years to break through, and that was under the condition that Chu Mu cultivated daily. This meant that Chu Mu had saved 60 years of cultivation time. He was ahead of many of his peers, and he was the first to reach the early fourth sky of the ancient era. This was the path of cultivation. Many times, one step at a time, one step at a time. Of course, there was always a good side to everything. Naturally, there would also be a bad side. For example, if Chu Mu was at the early fourth sky of the ancient era, he would not have been able to enter the 100-beast hall. If he could not enter, he would not have been able to obtain any fortuitous encounters. In any case, after reaching the early fourth sky of the ancient era, Chu Mu's strength had increased significantly. This was a good thing. If it was said that he could only fight against an ordinary peak 7-star saint before, then now he could kill an ordinary peak 7-star saint. He could even fight against an ordinary 8-star saint to a certain extent. At this level, the desolate heavenly puppet's usefulness to Chu Mu was greatly reduced. Of course, the heavenly puppet still had its uses. It was something that Chu Mu could not replace. Little friend, are you going to the ancient heaven domain of the human race? Heavenly Will Beast King asked. Yes, Your Excellency, Beast King. Chu Mu was grateful to Heavenly Will Beast King. Although it was a deal, it was not difficult for him to obtain the giant egg. In fact, he had gained quite a lot from the 100-beast hall. Heavenly Will Beast King had helped Chu Mu's cultivation level increase tremendously. From the early second sky of the ancient era to the early fourth sky of the ancient era, it was more meaningful than going from the early first sky of the ancient era to the peak third sky of the ancient era. Because of this, Chu Mu was grateful to Heavenly Will Beast King. However, Chu Mu also understood that this was a deal. He had put in the effort and received the reward. Therefore, he was grateful, but he did not shed tears of gratitude. In that case, I'll send you on your way. Heavenly Will Beast King said. Before Chu Mu could reply, he felt an irresistible force wrap around him. It was as though he was transported through time and space. The surroundings were filled with a myriad of colors. The time was extremely short. In just a flash, Chu Mu felt as if he had passed through a space-time tunnel and landed on the ground. He saw that there were people in front of him. Behind him was an endless plain. This was the border of the Wan Beast's plain. Based on what Heavenly Will Beast King had said, this should be the border between the ancient Era domain and the Wan Beast's plain. Chu Mu was shocked by the Beast King's strength. If it were him, he would need at least 10 days to travel this distance. But it was shortened in an instant. The 120 Heavenly Divine Guards were still waiting in place. The Heavenly Divine Guard, who was proficient in calculation, started to calculate again. This time, he did not encounter any obstacles. On the contrary, it went smoothly. Not long after, the calculation was completed. However, his expression was not good. How was it? The deputy commander asked. There was no obstruction. I calculated it, but the other party has gone far away. He should have entered the ancient Era domain, said the Heavenly Divine Guard. The Heavenly Divine Guard's expressions changed greatly. They were incomparably gloomy. Even if he has entered the ancient Era domain, we must capture him, said the deputy commander, gnashing his teeth. Chapter 16, 78. For every cultivator, the higher their cultivation, the more sensitive they were to danger. However, this danger was limited by distance and time. Being teleported to the border between Thousand Beast Plain and Ancient Heaven region by Heavenly Will Beast King, Chu Mu only needed to take a few steps forward to enter Ancient Heaven region. It shortened Chu Mu's time by a few dozen days and instantly pulled him apart from the pursuing Heaven Race Team. Even if the Sky Race Team continued to chase after him, Chumu wouldn't be able to sense any danger because the distance was too far. Stepping into the ancient, heavenly domain, Chumu didn't attract much attention. There were many cultivators who entered the ancient heavenly domain from the ancient heavenly domain and returned from the ancient heavenly domain. However, if they knew that Chumu had crossed the ancient heavenly domain from the sky spirit domain to the ancient heavenly domain, they wouldn't be so calm. Taking out the flying ship, he boarded it and flew towards Tianxiang City without any obstructions. The flying ship's flying speed was much faster than the Sky Race's Sky God Guards. In the ancient heavenly domain, the Sky God Guards didn't dare to drive the flying ship. That was courting death. Even if the flying spiritual beasts didn't attack them, the dangers that could appear at any time were enough to threaten them. Under such circumstances, the time they needed to catch up to Chumu was extended again. A few months had passed since the ancient heavenly sacred hall. The ancient God Sword Union in Tianxiang City had lost a member. However, during this period of time, they had gained a few more members. Other than Gu Luankong and the other two, the others only felt that it was a pity and forgot about it. A few months was actually a short period of time for cultivators, especially those who had reached the eternal realm. However, it was a little long for Gu Luankong and the other two. Their relationship with Chumu was very, very good. Chumu has created miracles time and time again. Maybe this time he can also create a miracle and escape from the dark void. Lian Honyun smiled. Her smile was a little forced. They knew what kind of place the dark void was. It was a place that even peerless experts weren't willing to enter. If a Saint Realm expert entered, they would definitely die. Although Chumu was a monstrous genius and could challenge those who were a few levels higher, he didn't have the strength of a peerless expert. Only peerless experts could leave the dark void forbidden land. This was the common understanding of countless people for many years. Cultivate well. One day, you'll be able to kill Zheng Li and Yu Ho, Yang Zhantin said. The reason why Chumu had fallen into the forbidden land of void was directly related to Zheng Li and Yu Ho. If not for them, Chumu would definitely have been able to escape the encirclement of the forbidden land of void and survive. Zheng Li and Yu Ho are both peerless experts. In order to kill them, one must have the strength of a peerless expert and make sufficient preparations, Gu Luankong said. The three of them knew very well how difficult it was to kill a peerless powerhouse. Even if they were both peerless experts, if there was a difference in strength, it would be very difficult to kill the other party. Unless the difference in strength was obvious and the other party was fully prepared, it would be very difficult to do so. The three of them were only low-level saints. There was still a huge gap between them and peerless experts. They didn't know when they would become peerless experts. Perhaps they would die before they could become peerless experts. But no matter what, they had a clear goal and were more motivated. In the past few months, they had worked even harder. However, the time they had was too short. There was a limit to how much they could increase their strength. At this moment, the three of them received the news and immediately gathered on the second floor. Normally, they would only gather when there was a big matter. Soon, Gu Luankong and the other two arrived on the second floor. Then they were stunned. Chumu was standing on the second floor. When he saw them, a smile flashed across his face. Without saying anything else, he patted them on the shoulder and felt very emotional. Everyone, it's great that Chumu is back, Vice Alliance leader Xingyang said with a smile. Everyone congratulated Chumu and so on. However, only they themselves knew how much sincerity they had in their hearts. The Divine Emperor's inheritance is indeed powerful. Not only did he leave the dark void forbidden land alive, but he also made continuous breakthroughs in his cultivation in a few months. He reached the early stage of the fourth sky of the Wangu realm. Yan Zhenkong suddenly said. His tone was a little strange. In the ancient God Sword Alliance leader Zhang Fan's cultivation was the highest. He was at the early stage of the third sky of the Wangu realm. After a few months, he was still at the early stage of the third sky of the Wangu realm. However, Chu Mu was at the early stage of the second sky of the Wangu realm. Now he was at the early stage of the fourth sky of the Wangu realm. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked by the sudden increase of 2 heavens in just a few months. While they were shocked, they were also envious. Congratulations, Brother Chu. Your cultivation base has improved greatly. Alliance leader Zhang Fan said with a smile. Congratulations, Brother Chu. You have obtained the Heaven Ancient Divine Emperor's inheritance. However, I have a request. Alliance leader, please speak. Chu Mu said, Everyone knows why we came to the deep blue world. Now, we know that our mission is closely related to the deep blue god pearl. Before entering the Heavenly Ancient Sacred Temple, I received news that there might be a deep blue god pearl in the Heavenly Ancient Sacred Temple. Zhang Fan said calmly. His gaze swept across and finally landed on Chu Mu's face. Brother Chu, since you have obtained the Heaven Ancient Divine Emperor's inheritance, you must have obtained all the treasures left behind by the Heaven Ancient Divine Emperor. If there is a deep blue god pearl, it should be in Brother Chu's hands. Everyone looked at Chu Mu. I did not obtain the Heaven Ancient Divine Emperor's inheritance, Chu Mu said calmly. He was speaking the truth. Unfortunately, other than Gu Luankong and the other 2, no one believed him. It was normal for them not to believe him. Therefore, Chu Mu did not feel anything. He would not explain. If there was, there was. If there wasn't, there wasn't. As for the deep blue god pearl, Chu Mu did not intend to say it out loud. Therefore, he did not answer directly. What are you talking about? You make it sound as if we will ask you to share the treasures, Yan Zhenkong said. His tone was strange. Anyone could tell that he was mocking Chu Mu. Chu Mu ignored Yan Zhenkong. I believe in Chu Mu. If he says there isn't, then there isn't, Lian Hongyan said seriously. Although he always had a smile on his face, he was very serious at this time. Gu Luankong and Yang Zhantian did not speak. However, their expressions showed that they believed in Chu Mu's words. The few of you are in the same group. It's normal for you to believe whatever he says. When the time comes, you will definitely be able to get some treasures. Yan Zhenkong was furious when he saw Chu Mu ignoring him. After hearing Lian Hongyun's words, he mocked him again. Some people frowned. Yan Zhenkong's attitude made them unhappy. However, they did not interrupt. After all, they did not have any relationship with Chu Mu. Brother Chu, you don't have to worry. We will not ask Brother Chu to share the treasures in the Heavenly Ancient Sacred Hall, Deputy Alliance leader Xing Liang said with a smile. However, if Brother Chu is willing, that would be the best. Huh? No one laughed with Xing Liang. It was a bit awkward. After Xing Liang laughed dryly, he looked at Chu Mu seriously and continued. The deep blue divine pearl is related to our mission. If Brother Chu has obtained the deep blue divine pearl, I think you should take it out and give it to Sword Alliance for safekeeping. I have indeed obtained the deep blue god pearl. When the question was raised again, Chu Mu did not avoid it. Instead, he answered. Zhang Fan, Xing Liang, and the others' eyes lit up. Chu Mu acted as if he did not see it and continued. If you hand it over to the Sword Alliance for safekeeping, where will you put it after handing it over to the Sword Alliance? The ancient God Sword Alliance was established by the Alliance leader. Naturally, it will be handed over to the Alliance leader for safekeeping, Xing Liang said matter-of-factly. Zhang Fan's expression did not change. It seemed like he also thought so. It's just a deep blue god pearl. I don't care about it, Chu Mu said. A deep blue bead appeared in his hand, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Shortly after, the deep blue god pearl disappeared. However, I obtained this from the Heavenly Ancient Sacred Hall after a narrow escape. Just because of one sentence from you, I have to hand the deep blue god pearl over to someone else for safekeeping. Why should I hand the deep blue god pearl over to you for safekeeping. Chu Mu looked at Zhang Fan and asked. Without waiting for Zhang Fan to speak, he asked again, "Do you think you have the ability to safekeep the deep blue god pearl?" Chu Mu finally understood that the ancient god sword alliance was like Zhang Fan's word. He did not know what method Zhang Fan had used to make Xing Liang and the others unswervingly loyal to him. Since that was the case, Chu Mu would not be courteous. "Chu Mu, hand the deep blue god pearl over to the alliance master for safekeeping." Yan Zhenkong slammed the table and shouted sternly. Chu Mu turned his head to look at Yan Zhenkong. His sharp eyes were like two sharp swords that directly pierced into Yan Zhenkong's eyes. Yan Zhenkong's heart trembled and his pupils instantly contracted. He closed his eyes and turned his head away, not daring to look at Chu Mu. "The deep blue god pearl is with me. Come and take it if you have the guts." Chu Mu smiled. Who would dare? Thinking back to the battle in the heavenly ancient sacred temple, Chu Mu's battle skills had allowed him to become the final victor. Coupled with his current early fourth heavenly layer cultivation base, how strong would he be? It was hard to imagine. Even the strongest among them, Zhang Fan, did not have the slightest confidence in defeating Chu Mu. "Brother Chu, why do you have to be like this?" Zhang Fan smiled. "Since Brother Chu is unwilling to hand over the deep blue god pearl, it's fine. With Chu Mu's cultivation base and strength, he will definitely be able to safekeep the deep blue god pearl." It had to be said that Zhang Fan was indeed very scheming. He clearly hated Chu Mu to the core, but he pretended not to care and even said such words. Unfortunately, Chu Mu was not a person who liked to scheme. He also did not like to hang around with scheming people. Who knew when they would sell you out? "I thought that the ancient god sword alliance would be a good place to go. Looks like it's not the case," Chu Mu said. He stood up and looked at Gu Luankong and the other two. "Shall we go? Let's go." Gu Luankong and the other two did not want to stay here any longer. They could not cultivate peacefully in such an environment. Chapter 16, 79. "Leader, are we just going to let them go like this?" Yan Jinkong asked. "It takes 18 deep blue pearls to be useful. It's only one." Zhang Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He then said casually, "Plus, they are comrades. There's no need to draw your sword against them." As for what the truth was, only Zhang Fan himself knew. However, since he said so, even if some people were unwilling, they couldn't do anything. Moreover, they didn't have any confidence. The main point was that they didn't have the confidence to deal with Chu Mu. "I've wanted to leave for a long time," Lian Hongyin said. "I always feel like I don't belong here." Indeed, the ancient god sword alliance was an alliance of swordsmen in the ancient god world. However, it had changed a little. It was founded by Zhang Fan, and now it was led by Zhang Fan. On the surface, it seemed democratic, but in reality, it was an organization that followed Zhang Fan's orders. Many people in the ancient god sword alliance supported Zhang Fan. This feeling made Gu Luankong and the others feel weird. The vice leader was like Zhang Fan's henchman. Everything he did was from Zhang Fan's point of view. If it wasn't for the glimmer of hope that Chu Mu was still alive and waiting in the ancient god sword alliance, they would have left long ago. Now that Chu Mu was back, the four of them teamed up again. "Originally, I just wanted to join the ancient god sword alliance to have a better source of information. Plus, we are all swordsmen of the ancient god world, so we can work together. However, it seems like their goal is not so simple." Chu Mu smiled. They didn't talk directly, nor did they use sword chi to communicate. Others couldn't hear them if they used sword chi to communicate, but there were some special ways to intercept them. Therefore, Chu Mu and the others used soul communication. Soul communication naturally consumed spiritual energy, and it was difficult to do so over a long distance. However, it wasn't a problem for a short distance like this, and the consumption wasn't too great either. It was completely within everyone's tolerance range. Furthermore, compared to sword chi telepathy, soul communication was much safer and harder to intercept. For your cultivation to improve so much in just a few months, did something happen? Gu Wankong asked. I'll have to start from the heavenly ancient sacred hall. That day, I almost fell into the void of darkness. Chu Mu spoke tirelessly, using simple words to explain the matter clearly. Gu Wankong and the other two didn't expect so many things to happen in just a few months. Looks like you really didn't obtain the inheritance of the heavenly ancient divine emperor. What a pity. I wanted to ask you for a few treasures. Lian Hongyan said with a regretful smile. Isn't it easy to get treasures? We just need to kill that group of Tian clan people. Chu Mu laughed. There were a total of 120 Tian clan S chasing after him, and Chu Mu could see that those Tian clan S were all elites and were not to be underestimated. If he could kill all of them, he might be able to reap a good harvest. Of course, the harvest was only secondary. The most important goal was to kill them all. Chu Mu wasn't someone who wouldn't take revenge after being hunted down. The only reason he didn't take revenge was because he wasn't strong enough to fight against the other party. Previously, he wasn't strong enough to fight against the other party, so he could only run. But now, with Gul Wankong and the other two, he was able to form the true Four Emblems sword formation with the body of a heavenly puppet. He already had the ability to fight against the other party and could even kill them. Since that was the case, Chu Mu had no reason to give up. It would take about 10 days to travel from Tianxiang City to the Wanshou Plain by flying ship. So, the round trip would take about 20 days, and the time spent in Tianxiang City wasn't long. Soon, Chu Mu brought Gul Wankong and the other two into the Wanshou Plain once more, and they started to go deeper into it. Chu Mu didn't want too many people to know about the battle between them and the Tian clan. The heavenly god guard calculated once more, and the result was completely out of his expectations. How could this be? The heavenly god guard couldn't figure it out, but he still reported the situation to the deputy commander, that human entered the Wanshou Plain again after entering the ancient heaven domain. This caused them to be puzzled. Since he had escaped from their pursuit and left the Wanshou Plain to enter the ancient heaven domain, it would be easier for him to get rid of their pursuit. But why didn't he? Why did he enter the Wanshou Plain again? What do you think? The deputy commander asked. I'm not sure, but I'm sure of one thing. Unless he's proficient in the art of divination or has a related secret treasure, he won't know that we're chasing after him unless he's a certain distance away. The heavenly god guard thought for a while and said, but we can't rule out the possibility that he thinks that we haven't given up and are still chasing after him. After returning to the ancient heaven domain, he made some preparations to fight us to the death in the Wanshou Plain. A battle to the death? The vice commander of the Celestial Guard sneered. Let's see how this human will struggle. From the looks of it, he was more inclined to the second point. Chu Mu led Gul Wankong and the other two, all armed with heavenly puppets, and quickly entered the depths of the Wanshou Plain. The heavenly god guards also rushed out from the depths of the Wanshou Plain and approached the ancient heaven domain. After all, they were from the heavenly clan and they were moving together. They were also the infamous heavenly god guards of the heavenly clan. Therefore, when they crossed the Wanshou Plain, the high-level saint spiritual beasts did not dare to attack them. If the low-level and mid-level saint spiritual beasts attacked them, it was simply courting death. As for the beast kings, as long as they did not wantonly slaughter the spiritual beasts in the Wanshou Plain, they would not care. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, applied to every world. After a period of time, Chu Mu felt danger again. But this time, the sense of danger was not as strong as before. This was because the strength of his side was much stronger than before, while the strength of the other side had not increased. Both sides were aware of each other and were rapidly approaching each other. It was basically impossible to launch a sneak attack. Since that was the case, they would fight head-on. The heavenly clans, heavenly god guards, were very confident in themselves, and Chu Mu was also very confident in the four of them joining forces. Finally, The heavenly god guards saw 4 figures, and Chu Mu's group of 4 also saw 120 figures. As soon as they saw the other side, the heavenly god guards immediately attacked, using their heavenly techniques. 100 flow burial. 120 flow burial were controlled by the deputy commander, and all of them bombarded Chu Mu. He recognized which figure was Chu Mu. Under the control of more than 100 flow burial, their power was incomparably shocking. Everywhere they passed, it was as if they wanted to destroy everything. It was very shocking. If he could dodge, Chu Mu naturally did not want to waste his energy to block. In an instant, Chu Mu's group of 4 quickly spread out, moving in 4 directions. The opponent was very strong, and there was no time for them to probe. From the beginning, they had to bring out their true strength and do their best to kill the opponent and weaken their strength. The majestic 100 flow burial suddenly exploded in midair, turning into 4 and attacking Chu Mu's group of 4. After splitting up, the 100 flow burial's power was weakened, but its speed was much faster and it was difficult to dodge. However, Chu Mu's group of 4 were nimble and they narrowly dodged. They all slashed out with their swords, sending out huge sword chi that tore through the sky, attacking the heavenly god guards. This sword chi seemed powerful, but it was not much of a threat to the heavenly god guards. Its main purpose was only to obstruct their vision. The sword chi was like a torrential rain, obstructing the heavenly god guards' vision. The heavenly god guards were somewhat astonished. These 4 people did not directly attack them, but instead moved. With their rich experience, they quickly understood that they were most likely setting up a formation to deal with them. Once they set up a formation, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The heavenly god guards of the Sky Clan were not honorable people. They would use any means they could to kill their enemies. Hence, they would not let Chu Mu's group of 4 succeed in setting up the formation. The heavenly technique was cast again. This time the heavenly technique was split into 4, and all of them attacked Chu Mu's group of 4, preventing them from setting up the formation. Dodge, dodge, dodge. However, the heavenly techniques were too fast and too dense. They could not dodge all of them. They could only take them head-on and use their swords to shatter the heavenly techniques. The scattered heavenly techniques were not as powerful as when they were combined. It was completely within the group's range of resistance. The power of the heavenly puppet was at the peak of the 7-star saint level. Chu Mu could unleash the power of the heavenly puppet to the 8-star saint level. Gu Wankong and the other 2 could not do this. However, after practicing and using it many times, they had completely grasped the power of the heavenly puppet. They could unleash the full power of the heavenly puppet. The 4 of them wanted to set up the formation, but they were attacked by the heavenly god guards again and again. The heavenly technique was not powerful, but it was fast and dense. Its main purpose was to disrupt. The heavenly god guards had rich battle experience. They knew how to deal with their enemies. Under the situation where they could not set up the formation, Chu Mu's group of 4 could not pose any threat to the heavenly god guards, let alone kill them. Among the 120 heavenly god guards, the weakest was a 4-star saint. In a one-on-one situation, they would definitely die if they faced any one of Chu Mu's group of 4. They would be killed instantly. However, under the joint efforts of the 120 heavenly god guards, their power could be easily gathered. No matter if it was attack or defense, it would be extremely effective. After a few attempts, they were attacked by the heavenly god guards' heavenly technique. They could not get close. The true 4 symbols, sword formation, could only be effective within a certain distance. If the distance was too far, the 4 of them would not be able to connect their powers and form the true 4 symbols, sword formation. Spread out first. Chu Mu transmitted his voice to Gulan Kong and the other 2. The 4 of them had worked together many times. They had a tacit understanding with each other. Instantly, the 4 of them rushed in different directions, distancing themselves from the heavenly god guards. There were 4 targets. Should the heavenly god guards spread out or just target one of them? In an instant, the heavenly god guards, under the lead of the vice commander, charged towards Chu Mu. Chu Mu was the main target. Chapter 1680. The target of the sky race's heavenly god guards had always been Chu Mu. If someone interfered, they would break through the obstacles. The 120 heavenly god guards all chased after Chu Mu. Gul Wankong and the other two paused for a moment, then quickly turned around and chased after them. He turned around and swung his sword. The sky seemed to be torn apart as a white sword chi slashed down from the sky. Heaven scar-killing sword style. The target of this sword was not the vice commander of the heavenly god guards, nor was it the 7-star heavenly god guards. It was a 4-star heavenly god guard. Chu Mu could see that the 120 heavenly god guards had formed a perfect team. As long as one of them was killed, the perfect team would be destroyed. Even if the other party had expected it and quickly changed the team, they would not be as strong as they were now. The vice commander of the heavenly god guards immediately made his move. A heavenly technique shot out like a comet, clashing with the white sword chi of the heaven scar-killing sword style. The white sword chi was shattered, but the vice commander himself was also split apart. Suddenly, Chu Mu, who was running madly, paused. He turned around and slashed out with his two swords. Streaks of sword chi broke through the sky and rushed towards the heavenly god guards. The heavenly god guards used their heavenly techniques to block the sword chi. Chu Mu rushed towards the heavenly god guards from behind the sword chi. His two swords kept changing as he moved forward in a small area. He was trying to block the attacks of the other party and get close to them. The other party was so strong. If he was not careful, he could be destroyed by the other party's heavenly techniques. Chu Mu's risk was successful. Gul Wankong and the other two quickly got closer. When they reached a certain distance, the 4 of them changed their positions slightly. In the void, there seemed to be the roars of dragons and tigers. Waves of energy appeared spontaneously and connected the 4 of them. Above the 4 of them, the aura spread and formed the spirits of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Under Chu Mu's risk, the true secret 4 symbols, sword formation, was successfully set up. The price of setting up the true secret 4 symbols, sword formation, was that Chu Mu's Tianhuang, heavenly puppet, was hit by a few heavenly techniques. There were a few dents on it. Fortunately, the heavenly puppet could repair itself. As soon as the 4 symbols sword formation was formed, the celestial guards felt that they had fallen into the enemy's formation. He remained calm and experienced in the face of danger. He immediately reacted, instantly gathering a great amount of energy to use the 1,000 streams of heaven-burying technique. He planned to use direct and tyrannical power to destroy the enemy's formation. He only needed an instant to escape. Chu Mu and the other 3 immediately moved. As they moved, they continuously attacked with their swords, weakening the power of 1,000 burials from various angles. After realizing that they couldn't break the formation with one strike, the celestial guards immediately changed their positions and formed a circle, like a coiled snake, raising their defense to the maximum. After several changes, the celestial divine guards displayed their outstanding reaction speed. This was something they had tempered through countless life and death battles. 4 symbols combined strength. Chu Mu roared. Immediately, the 4 symbols' spirits above everyone's head roared. The white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise all shot out a stream of air, surging towards the azure dragon above Chu Mu's head. The azure dragon shone brightly and instantly expanded. The small azure dragon turned into a large azure dragon. Its power increased explosively. It turned into a stream of azure light, circled once, and dived down, drilling into Chu Mu's 2 swords. Immediately after, the Tianhuang heavenly puppet's 2 swords each flowed with an extremely dazzling golden light. The sharpness was extremely shocking. Spirit of metal. With Chu Mu as the main attacker, the strength of the four was concentrated, originally with the support of the four symbol sword formation. The strength that Chu Mu could display was close to that of a 9-star saint. Now that the strength of the four was concentrated, it directly reached that of a 9-star saint. With the support of the sword energy, spirit of metal, and other powers, the power of Chu Mu's 2 swords was further enhanced. The formation changed, and his feet moved. Chu Mu used the cloud-piercing sword style. In the clouds and mist, the 2 swords shot out, turning into 2 streams of highly condensed golden light, silently piercing through the clouds and the void. With an extremely shocking speed, they attacked the celestial guards. The spirit of metal was incomparably sharp. Under the support of the sword energy, there was nothing it couldn't break. The defensive halo formed by the celestial guards was directly torn apart and penetrated by Chu Mu's 2 swords. The tyrannical power shot out like 2 auroras, shooting towards the 2 weakest celestial guards. This power had reached the peak of the 9-star saint level. It was silent and unbelievably fast. No matter how experienced one was and how fast one's reaction was, in the face of an absolute gap in strength, it was like a decoration. Silently, the 2 streams of golden sword light instantly pierced through the 2 celestial guards. The remaining power did not dissipate. It continuously pierced through several more celestial guards before it dissipated. Chu Mu's one attack had killed 6 4-star saint level celestial guards and 2 5-star saint level celestial guards. Such an attack could only be used when the 4 symbols joined forces. It could not be used a second time. 4 symbols strangle. Chu Mu seized the momentary opportunity and gave another order. The defense of the celestial guards was built with the power of 120 celestial guards. In the case of 8 celestial guards dying, the defense was directly broken. It had to be changed again to rebuild the defense. That required time. Chu Mu seized this time to use the 4 symbol strangle. The power of the celestial puppets erupted. The pure yang crystal in their bodies flickered. Under the rapid consumption of energy, the 4 symbol spirits above everyone's heads seemed to be blowing air, rapidly growing. The azure dragon, which was only a meter long, rapidly grew and expanded, exceeding 10 meters. The white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise were the same. Their bodies increased a lot, and their power increased by many times. Shortly after, the spirits of the 4 symbols, whose size and power had increased explosively, flew into the air, forming a circle as they spun. They exploded with terrifying energy, which almost surpassed the level of a 9-star saint, reaching an even higher level. They suppressed the celestial divine guards below. They swooped down and poured into the 4 celestial puppets, fusing with the power of the celestial puppets. The appearance of the 4 celestial puppets seemed to change in an instant. In reality, the celestial puppets' appearances hadn't changed at all. They had only obtained a kind of vision after receiving the power of the 4 symbol spirits. The 4 celestial puppets spun at an indescribable speed. The swords in their hands were constantly slashing and chopping. Each sword was tyrannical, and each sword was fatal. The celestial guards, who didn't have time to reorganize their defenses, reacted very quickly. They used defensive heavenly techniques, and then used offensive heavenly techniques to counterattack. However, under the power of the 4 symbol strangle, whether it was the counterattack or the defense, they were all destroyed. The swords under the 4 symbol strangle were like a meat grinder, crazily cutting and slaughtering. One celestial guard after another died under the swords of Chu Mu's group of 4. The vice commander of the celestial guards knew that the situation was hopeless. Using a secret treasure, he directly pushed Chu Mu's group of 4 away. Immediately, the white light brought the remaining celestial guards into the sky. The space above was directly torn apart, and the white light rushed in and disappeared. The 4 celestial puppets were pushed away. That power was too strong, and they couldn't stop it. They were pushed back hundreds of meters before coming to a stop. The 4 celestial puppets were covered in countless holes, looking very miserable. On the ground, there were more than 30 corpses. They were all Celestial Guard corpses, and most of them were 4-star and 5-star saints. For the celestial race to lose more than 30 Celestial Guards in an instant, it was definitely a huge loss. It was enough to make them furious. The other Celestial Guards used the Vice Commander's secret treasure to travel through space, leaving this place. Chu Mu's group of 4 quickly put away the celestial puppets. The celestial puppets that had been bombarded with holes had been damaged to a certain extent. There was no way to continue using them, so they could only wait for themselves to recover. Chu Mu's group of 4 had constructed the 4 symbols sword array. Was it stronger than the Celestial Guard's combined strength? No, that wasn't the case. The main reason was that the 4 of them were controlling the celestial puppets. They themselves possessed incomparably strong defensive power. A 7-star saint's attack was simply useless. Only an 8-star saint's attack could cause damage to the celestial puppets. And when the 4 symbol strangulation was used, it was impossible to dodge. They could only take the attack head-on. The Celestial Guard's counterattack was very strong. A portion of their attacks landed on the celestial puppets, causing them to be heavily damaged. If it weren't for the celestial puppets blocking the attacks, Chu Mu's group of 4 would have been torn apart by the Celestial Guard's heavenly techniques, turning into countless fragments, not to mention killing the Celestial Guards. Under the 4 symbols strangulation, the celestial puppets had been injured and their strength had been exhausted. The vice commander of the Celestial Guards had made the wrong decision to flee. Otherwise, if he had persisted, the ones who would have died would have been Chu Mu's group. After quickly collecting the spatial rings of the celestial race's corpses, Chu Mu took out a flying ship. The 4 of them immediately entered the ship, took off, and quickly left. The energy fluctuations that erupted here would soon attract the attention of others. Where are we going next? Lian Hongyan was still a little excited. To the land of exile. Chu Mu said, now that the celestial race has suffered so many casualties, they will definitely not let this matter rest. The next pursuit will be even stronger. Furthermore, if Zhang Li and Yu Ho know that I am still alive, they might attack again. We need to increase our cultivation and strength as soon as possible. The land of exile is the best place to go. Whether it was Zhang Li or Yu Ho, these 2 peerless experts, or the celestial race, they were all powerful existences that they could not afford to provoke. Under their summons, there would definitely be many people willing to serve them. It could be said that the current Chu Mu in the Deep Blue world had many strong enemies. With nowhere to go, he could only go to the infamous land of exile. Not long after Chu Mu and the others left, a few human clan Saint Rankers came to the location of the battle. According to the remaining energy fluctuations, their faces changed greatly, as if they couldn't believe it. After a period of time, the celestial race issued a Heaven's Might bounty order, accompanied by Chu Mu's image. Anyone who captured this human alive and handed him over to the celestial race would receive a heavy reward from the celestial race. Anyone who obtained his head would also receive a heavy reward. Chapter 1681. Heaven's Might Arrest Order. What a distant name. How many years has it been since the Heaven Clan issued such an order? First, a dozen Heaven Clan geniuses were killed, then more than 30 Heavenly God Guards were killed. Such a loss probably hasn't happened in the past few thousand years. In this world, there was no wall that didn't have a crack. Even though the Heaven Clan tried their best to block the news, after they issued the Heaven's Might Arrest Order, it was still found out by some people. The cause and effect of the matter was also revealed to everyone. The self-proclaimed descendants of the heavenly gods, the Heaven Clan members who believed that their bloodlines were the noblest, each of them possessing outstanding talent. Each of them could become a saint rank expert. It could be said that in the entire Deep Blue world, the Heaven Clan was the only clan that could make the entire clan a saint rank expert. The Heaven Clan's outstanding bloodline talent, the Heaven Clan's protection, and so on, the Heavenly God Guard's fierce reputation, and the Heaven Clan's aloof attitude created the Heaven Clan's high status in the deep blue world. There was simply no one who was willing to provoke the Heaven Clan. To be honest, there were many experts who could kill the Heavenly God Guards. It was just a matter of whether they were willing to kill them or not. Killing a Heaven Clan member would make them a thorn in the side of the Heaven Clan. Without enough benefits, no one was willing to provoke such a powerful and protective clan. Therefore, it had been thousands of years since so many deaths had occurred in the Heaven Clan. This guy actually didn't die in the void of darkness. Not only is he alive, but he also caused such a big trouble, as expected of the person I chose. After Lei Ba learned of this, he laughed heartily. After being calm for so long, are you the catalyst? Kong Lu looked at the horizon and said in a low voice. Chu Mu's image spread throughout the deep blue world along with the heavens' might arrest order. The impact was so great that it shocked everyone. The various inland regions, the Blue Ocean Archipelago, and the Sea Clan all received the news. Although there were many races in the deep blue world, only a small portion of them recognized Chu Mu. However, there were still people who had seen him and knew his name. After the news spread, Chu Mu's identity and so on were all known. The Azure Water Dynasty's true sword sect master, Azure Water Dynasty's true sword marquis, and so on. Because of Chu Mu, the true sword sect's name once again spread throughout the deep blue world. This time its influence was even more profound and extensive than the last time. Those who knew Chu Mu were dumbfounded when they heard the news. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He already knew that this fellow was very good at causing trouble, but he never thought that he would be able to cause trouble to this extent. He even provoked the Tian clan, and even made the Tian clan issue a Heaven's Might Bounty Order. The Heaven's Might Bounty Order was accompanied by the Heaven Race's bounty. Even 9-star saints were moved by the bounty. Thus, many saints in the deep blue world were mobilized to search for Chu Mu. The reward for capturing Chu Mu alive was much greater than the reward for killing him. Their first choice was to find Chu Mu and capture him alive. Pass down the order. The True Sword sect is under the protection of the Azure Water Dynasty. No matter who it is, no one can target the True Sword sect, said the Azure Water Emperor. Afterwards, the Tianyuan Palace of the Kanglan Empire made a similar announcement to protect the True Sword sect. Whether it was the Kanglan royal family or the Tianyuan Palace, they also sent experts to the True Sword sect. The team sent by the Heavenly Yuan Palace was led by a 9-star saint. In addition, there were 2 8-star saints and 3 7-star saints, as well as dozens of mid-level saint experts. The team sent by the Kanglan Empire was even stronger. It was led by a veteran peerless expert and was accompanied by 10 powerful 9-star saints. In addition, there were dozens of 8-star saints and 7-star saints. The Azure Water Dynasty's team was countless times stronger than the Sky Yuan Palaces. It showed the huge difference in foundation between the two sides. Of course, there was also a difference in attitude. But no matter what, it was already very rare for the Sky Yuan Palace to publicly support the True Sword sect in the current situation. This was an attitude. They wanted to protect the True Sword sect. In other words, they could target Chu Mu, but they couldn't target the True Sword sect. Afterwards, there was more support. One of the 5 saint exalts of the Azure Water Dynasty, the Heavenly Sword Saint, issued a Heavenly Sword Order. The True Sword sect was under his protection. Anyone who wanted to lay their hands on the True Sword sect would become his enemy. At that time, no matter who it was, they would have to bear the might of his heavenly sword. The supreme experts Lei Ba and Kong Lu also issued similar orders to protect the True Sword sect. Interestingly, whether it was the Sky Yuan Palace or the Azure Water Dynasty, whether it was Lei Ba or Kong Lu, or the Heavenly Sword Saint who stood at the apex of the Azure Water world, they all issued orders to protect the True Sword sect. They didn't mention Chu Mu at all. This sent a message to the outside world. As long as they did not target the True Sword sect, they would not interfere. However, if anyone dared to target the True Sword sect, lay their hands on the True Sword sect, or threaten Chu Mu with the True Sword sect's safety, they would not just stand by and watch. Although no one had thought of using the True Sword sect to deal with Chu Mu, this path had already been blocked in advance. If it was only the Tianyuan Palace, many people wouldn't be afraid. After all, among the superpowers, the Tianyuan Palace was considered one of the weaker ones. They only had one peerless expert. However, with the addition of the Kanglan Empire, it was a different story. The deterrence of a holy land was not low. Moreover, they had the support of two famous peerless experts, Lei Ba and Kong Lu. However, the Tian clan was not afraid and did not put them in their eyes. They were just a weak super force and a Holy Land level force. They were not a match for the Tian clan at all. Even with the support of Lei Ba and Kong Lu, the two peerless experts, the Tian clan was still not afraid. The one who truly made the Tian clan fear was the Heavenly Sword Saint Master. The Sky race naturally had a Saint Emperor level expert. However, the Heavenly Sword Saint was not an ordinary Saint Emperor. He was a powerful Saint Emperor level sword cultivator. He was an ancient Saint Emperor level expert. Furthermore, he had a good relationship with the other 4 Saint Emperors of the Blue Sea human race. Provoking the Heavenly Sword Saint would very likely provoke the other 4 Saint Emperors. A Saint Emperor level expert was enough to threaten the Sky race, let alone 4 or 5 of them. Although the Celestials boasted of being the descendants of the celestial gods with noble bloodline, outstanding talent, and powerful strength, they were not blindly confident and believed themselves to be invincible. If that was the case, the entire Deep Blue world would have been ruled by the Celestials long ago. It could be said that in the Deep Blue world, Chu Mu's only worry was the True Sword sect. Although the current True Sword sect already had a supreme expert, it was still not strong enough. It was very weak in the face of those forces and races with deep foundations. The True Sword sect could be considered safe. At the very least, no one dared to touch them. Even the tyrannical imperial court did not dare to touch the True Sword sect, unless they wanted the imperial court to fall into a precarious situation. One had to know that Lei Ba and Kong Lu were not any weaker than the 10 kings of the imperial court. Especially solitary experts like them, who had no ties and could not be provoked. Under all these circumstances, no one planned to touch the True Sword sect. This path had already been cut off. After that, another piece of news came out of nowhere. Furthermore, it was closely related to Chu Mu. In just a short day, it spread throughout the entire Deep Blue world. According to this piece of news, Chu Mu had a deep blue divine pearl on him. Once this news came out, regardless of whether it was true or false, even more spies and people who originally planned to watch from the sidelines could no longer remain calm. The deep blue divine pearl. Since ancient times, there had been a saying that the 18 deep blue divine pearls were related to the secrets of the Deep Blue world. If one gathered all 18 deep blue divine pearls, they would receive guidance to unlock the secrets of this world and find the location of the world spirit. As long as one could obtain the recognition of the world spirit, it was equivalent to obtaining the recognition of the Deep Blue world. Obtaining the recognition of a world was equivalent to inheriting the fate of a world, becoming the child of the world. Ordinary people and cultivators had no concept of the Deep Blue divine pearls. The imperial court was the only force that dared to openly search for the Deep Blue divine pearls. However, this did not mean that the other forces did not covet the Deep Blue divine pearls. On the contrary, they were very passionate about it. However, the search for the Deep Blue divine pearls was carried out in secret. Of course, there were only 18 Deep Blue divine pearls. There were many people who wanted to obtain them. Even if someone obtained 1 or 2, they would definitely not leak it out. This made it very difficult for those forces to obtain the Deep Blue divine pearls. For example, the Heaven Ancient Divine Emperor. It was only many years later that people found out that he might have the deep blue divine pearls. Who knew he might have purposely released the news to attract monstrous geniuses to possess him? Seems like there's no need for us to act. Someone will deal with him. Yu Ho smiled at Zhengli. After learning that Chu Mu was not dead, they were extremely shocked. Shortly after, they decided to act again to prevent future troubles. After all, that person had the combat skills of a peerless expert. His cultivation base was only at the second heavenly layer of the primordial realm. It could be said that his potential was limitless. Once this kind of person grew up and took revenge on them, although they were not afraid, it would still be quite troublesome. Since it was a problem, they had to deal with it. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed like there was no need for them to act. He even dared to provoke the Heaven Race and killed dozens of them. According to the Heaven Race's habit of protecting their own, there was no possibility of reconciliation between them and Chu Mu. Could a single person fight against the entire Heaven Race? They didn't believe it. The Heaven Race had issued a Heaven's Might Bounty order, causing many people to set their eyes on Chu Mu. It was enough to bring him endless trouble and even kill him. Subsequently, the news that Chu Mu had the deep blue divine pearls attracted even more attention. Although they coveted the deep blue divine pearls, Zhengli and Yu Ho understood that just obtaining one deep blue divine pearl would bring them endless trouble. Moreover, they didn't know when they would be able to gather all 18 deep blue divine pearls. No matter what, the entire deep blue world was stirred up because of Chu Mu alone. Chapter 1682. High up in the sky of the deep blue world, a ray of light streaked across the sky like a meteor. Not long after, following that streak of light, streaks of light flashed past like a meteor shower, chasing after the streak of light in front of them. In the deep blue world, there were very few cultivators who had the talent to study the Tao of divination, but that did not mean that there were none, other than the fallen heaven ancient divine emperor of the human clan. There were also a few in the Tian clan. Other than that, there were also others who were dedicated to the study of the Tao of divination. The news of the Tian clan's Heaven's Might Bounty order and the deep blue god pearl made Chu Mu's name widely known. Combined with the images, many people recognized him. But the problem was that Chu Mu was riding on the extreme peak flying ship, flying high up in the sky at high speed. Who knew where he was? The Tao of divination. Only the Tao of divination could calculate Chu Mu's location. The more profound the Tao of divination was, the more accurate the result of the divination would be. One had to know that asking someone who was proficient in the Tao of divination to make a divination was not a small price. It had to be said that in order to capture Chu Mu alive, these people had also paid a heavy price. Whether it was the bounty of the Tian clan's Heaven's Might Bounty order or the temptation of the deep blue god pearl, many cultivators had lost their minds. The deep blue world, which had been peaceful for a long time, was swept up in a huge storm because of Chu Mu alone. After returning to the ancient heaven domain, Chu Mu gradually developed some plans in his heart. He had never forgotten his purpose in coming to the deep blue world. He had been working hard to complete this person's mission. However, as he went deeper and deeper, Chu Mu found that the difficulty of completing the mission increased. Firstly, he had to find the 18 deep blue god pearls. Secondly, he had to improve his strength. Without sufficient strength, it would be difficult to take even a single step. Speaking of which, Chu Mu had only been in the deep blue world for a dozen years, but his cultivation had constantly risen from the low-level nirvana realm to the early fourth layer of Wangu. This kind of cultivation speed was the envy of countless people. But Chu Mu still felt that it wasn't enough. There was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't cultivate step by step because his opponents were all extremely powerful. In terms of cultivation, they were far above him. If he couldn't quickly increase his cultivation and strength, no one could say for sure when he would be killed. Generally speaking, this was something that all geniuses who could influence the winds and clouds of an era could not avoid. Either one would advance by leaps and bounds under the wind and clouds of the era and become a leader, or one would be crushed by the wind and clouds of the era. There was no third possibility. Therefore, as soon as he returned to the ancient domain, Chumu came up with various ideas on the way to the ancient god sword union. The plan gradually became clear. After taking away Gul Wankong and the other two, the four of them would join forces and use the true four symbols sword formation to defeat the sky race people who were chasing after him. Chumu was also very clear about the consequences of killing the sky race people. Therefore, as soon as he killed the sky race people, he immediately took out the extreme sharp flying ship and left at full speed without caring about the energy consumption. His destination was the land of exile. The extreme sharp flying ship was the treasure of the heavenly sword Saint Master. Its speed was even faster than an ordinary 9-star Saint level flying ship. It was one of the top flying ships in the deep blue world. There were very few flying ships that could compare with it. Without the help of peerless experts, it was almost impossible to catch up with the extreme, sharp flying ship. Moreover, Chumu reacted quickly. When the sky race people sent out the heaven's might warrant, Chumu, Gulwankong, and the other two had already flown out of the ancient domain on the extreme, sharp flying ship towards the land of exile. It would take some time for the people who had their eyes on Chumu to mobilize. They would also need some time to find someone to calculate Chumu's location. This time was just enough for Chumu to fly further. Although many people couldn't catch up with Chumu, there were still some people who could intercept him in advance. After all, going from the ancient domain to the land of exile required passing through several small domains. It was such a long journey that even with the extreme sharp flying ship's full speed, it would still take almost a month to get through. A lot of things could happen in a month's time. It was also enough for many people to make arrangements on the route ahead. Right now, hundreds of flying ships were trying to catch up with the extreme sharp flying ship. However, their speed was far slower than the extreme sharp flying ship. They were getting further and further away from the extreme sharp flying ship. It was impossible for them to catch up with it. However, from the side, more flying ships rushed over and shot out energy beams at the extreme sharp flying ship. However, the extreme sharp flying ship was so fast that those energy beams missed. Ahead of them, a group of flying ships appeared and shot out energy beams without hesitation. After his primordial spirit grew stronger and his cultivation improved, it was easier for Chumu to pilot the extreme sharp flying ship. He had reached a state where he was one with the flying ship. In this state, everything around him was reflected in Chumu's spiritual world and was under his control. The extreme sharp flying ship was as agile as a fish swimming in the water. It easily avoided the energy beams and immediately launched a counterattack. With a loud bang, a large ball of energy shot out and blasted towards the flying ship in front. It exploded and turned into countless light spots, pouring down in torrents. The extreme sharp flying ship had amazing speed and attack power. Its attack had reached the peak of the 9-star Saint level. The extreme sharp flying ship's attack could be divided into two forms. One was the group attack mode that Chumu had just launched. The other was a single target attack mode. In terms of one-on-one damage, the latter was naturally the most effective. However, in front of them, a large group of flying ships were targeting the extreme, sharp flying ship. Naturally, they would use the first attack mode. In terms of quality, these flying ships could not compare with the extreme, sharp flying ship. Their defensive power was easily torn apart. Under the intense shooting of energy, they exploded and turned into giant fireballs. With a swoosh, the extreme blade passed through the burning fireballs and flew away at a high speed. If one wanted to chase after someone, he had to be prepared to be killed. Gul Wankong and the other two kept taking out upper grade and even supreme grade primordial elixirs and putting them into the furnace of the extreme, sharp flying ship. In the furnace, these primordial elixirs quickly melted and turned into pure energy, which was instantly transmitted to every corner of the extreme, sharp flying ship. While providing the extreme, sharp flying ship with amazing speed, it also provided a strong protective shield that could withstand the attack of a peak 9-star Saint level. Even if it was hit by the energy beams of some flying ships, as long as it was not above the peak 9-star Saint level, it could withstand it. None of the flying ships chasing after them could be compared with the extreme, sharp flying ship. Their attacks were not enough to break the defense of the extreme, sharp flying ship. In addition, Chu Mu was controlling the extreme, sharp flying ship wholeheartedly. He kept dodging, so no flying ship could stop him. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Mu was getting closer and closer to the land of exile. By now, many people understood Chu Mu's plan, which was to enter the land of exile. Once Chu Mu entered the land of exile, it would be 100 times more difficult to kill him. One must know that the land of exile was not a place that just anyone was willing to enter. It was an extremely vicious place with an extremely high mortality rate. Therefore, it was best to stop Chu Mu outside the land of exile. Even if they had to kill him, they could not let him enter the land of exile. Outside the land of exile, there were hundreds of saint-level experts on the ground and dozens of flying ships in the sky. The dozens of flying ships were more imposing than the hundreds of flying ships that had intercepted Chu Mu many times before. That was because the flying ships that had intercepted them before were from individuals or various forces. They seemed to be very loose. But now, the dozens of flying ships were on alert, giving people a sense of unity. The dozens of flying ships were basically similar in appearance. They were led by a 100-meter long flying ship, with 250-meter long flying ships next to it. Behind them were 10-meter long flying ships. They were arranged in a triangular formation. They were of the same color and shape. With the largest flying ship in the lead, they were arranged in a neat formation. At first glance, people knew that they were flying ships from the same force. The distinctive black and white colors, the shape of the shuttle, and the tip of the shuttle protruding from a ball, revealed the origin of the dozens of flying ships after they were assembled. A superforce, the black-white round palace. As an old superforce, the black-white round palace was more famous and stronger than the Tianyuan palace of the Kanglan dynasty. The dozens of flying ships were the famous black and white flying ships of the black-white round palace. In addition to being a superforce, the black-white round palace also had extraordinary flying ship manufacturing technology. The black and white flying ships were quite famous. At present, it seemed that the black and white flying ships of the black-white round palace were the last obstacle to the extreme peak. From afar, Chu Mu saw and felt a kind of momentum, a kind of powerful momentum. As the flying ships approached, the momentum seemed to grow infinitely. Immediately, the balls at the tip of the black and white flying ships of the black-white round palace all lit up. As they trembled, beams of light instantly shot out. Interestingly, these beams of light did not shoot directly at the extreme peak. Instead, they shot around the extreme peak. Although he did not understand, Chu Mu knew that they must have done so for a purpose. In an instant, the extreme peak released a group attack mode, followed by a single attack mode, locking on to the largest flying ship. It did not matter what means the other side had. As long as they could break it with great power would be enough. Part of the energy beams and the extreme peak's attack cancelled out. Therefore, the extreme peak's attack did not hit the black and white flying ships. The black-white round palace had sent these flying ships to intercept. Obviously, they knew Chu Mu's flying ships well and had made sufficient preparations. It had to be said that the black-white round palace had put in a lot of effort to intercept the extreme peak. However, the strength of the extreme peak was not something they could understand. Under Chu Mu's superb control, the extreme peak avoided the blockade of the black and white flying ships. The price was that the rain shield was destroyed. Fortunately, the extreme peak's material was tough enough. When the extreme peak rushed out of the blockade of the black and white flying ships, something unexpected happened. Chapter 1683. A figure was standing in the sky. Behind the figure was a gray fog, and in front of him was a blue sky and white clouds. The gray fog was the land of exile. With the extreme peak's speed and the distance of only a few thousand meters, it would only take a blink of an eye to enter the land of exiles and shake off the pursuers behind it. However, that figure brought a powerful impact to Chumu and a powerful pressure. The black and white robe on the peerless master told Chumu that this was the peerless master of the black, white, round palace. It was rumored that the black, white, round palace had 2 peerless masters, and one of them had come for Chumu. The rewards of the Heaven Clan's Heavenly Might bounty were not bad for peerless experts, but they would not value it highly. However, it could be used for the development of a sect. Furthermore, it was rumored that Chumu had a deep blue divine pearl on him. Some peerless masters could see through it and did not make a move, but not everyone could. Even in the face of a peerless master, Chumu was not afraid. The energy gathered again, turning into a beam of light, and shot out instantly. The beam of light, as thick as an arm, pierced through the space and shot toward the peerless master of the black, white, round palace. It was so fast that it tore the void apart. This was a beam attack that could seriously injure or even kill an ordinary peak 9-star saint. However, the peerless master smiled disdainfully. The gap between a peerless master and a peak 9-star saint was huge, many times larger. It was an indescribable gap. A peerless master could easily kill any ordinary peak 9-star saint. Therefore, an attack that could injure a peak 9-star saint was nothing to a peerless master. However, the peerless master of the black, white, round palace did not want to be hit. Although he would not be hurt, he would be embarrassed. He struck out with one hand. There was no shocking fluctuation. A translucent palm power shot out and collided with the beam of light from the extreme peak. Both sides dissipated. This was the full power attack of the extreme peak, but it was just a casual attack from a peerless master. His eyes seemed to pierce through the extreme peak, sweeping over Chumu's group of 4 and landing on Chumu's face, giving Chumu a lot of pressure. Come out of the flying ship obediently, the peerless powerhouse from the black, white, round palace said in a voice that was neither loud nor soft. It just happened to reach the ears of Chumu and the others. His calm tone contained a threat that made one tremble in fear. They couldn't ignore it. Chumu knew that this peerless master could easily destroy the extreme peak. Even if the extreme peak activated its protective shield at full power, it wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. Even if the extreme peak sped up at full speed, it still wouldn't be able to escape from this peerless master's eyes. This was because peerless masters were peerless masters because their strength couldn't be measured by the eyes of saints. One strike, only one strike, was needed to destroy the 4 of them, even if they were armed with heavenly puppets, along with the extreme peak flying ship. In the end, we still can't avoid it, Chumu couldn't help but think to himself. He had used his own ability to escape from the pursuit of countless enemies and finally arrived at the edge of the land of exile. He was so close to entering the land of exile. If the information he had was correct, as long as the 4 of them rushed into the land of exile, the pursuers would have a hard time catching up with them, even if they entered the land of exile together with them. However, Chumu also saw the current situation clearly. They couldn't rush into the land of exile under the eyes of this peerless master, even if they had the extreme peak flying ship. As the top flying ship in the deep blue world, it was still so fragile in front of this peerless master. With a thought, green light filled the air. Green bamboo leaves appeared out of thin air in the flying ship. The bamboo leaves fell from the sky and disappeared when they touched the floor of the flying ship. Then, the shadows of green bamboos appeared in the flying ship. Gul Wankong and the others widened their eyes. For a moment, they thought they were in a bamboo forest. Not only did they see bamboos and bamboo leaves, but they also smelled the fragrance of bamboos. It was like an illusion, but it was also real. It was very magical. With their current cultivation level, they couldn't understand it at all. Chumu also couldn't understand it. This was way beyond his cultivation level. At this moment, Gulwankong and the others widened their eyes. A figure was reflected in their eyes. It was a green figure that appeared out of thin air and walked out from the depths of the bamboo forest. Step by step, it seemed slow, but in reality it covered 1,000 miles with each step. In just 3 steps, he arrived in front of everyone beside Chu Mu. With every step he took, the sharpness of his aura would increase by a fraction. When he took the second step, the sharpness of his aura was unparalleled. Gulwankong and the other 2 felt as though they were being torn apart. They simply couldn't endure for another breath of time. If they took another breath of time, they would die under that terrifying sharpness. Even their souls would dissipate into nothingness. At this moment, the green-robed figure took the 3rd step. With the 3rd step, the man in green appeared beside Chu Mu. In front of Gulwankong and the others, the terrifying aura disappeared in an instant. It was as if everything before was just an illusion. Gulwankong and the others' hearts were still beating crazily, which meant that it wasn't an illusion. It was only at this moment that the bamboo leaves started to fade and disappear into nothingness. "Greetings, Seal Master." The man in green turned to Chu Mu and performed a 3-sword salute to Chu Mu. The so-called Seal Master was the short name of the sword sex Seal Master. "Qing-yi, if possible, kill that peerless master. Try your best to kill the people who are chasing after us." Chu Mu said, "Yes, Seal Master." Qing-yi's voice was simple and indifferent. The reason why Chu Mu didn't insist on killing the peerless master of the Black-White Round Palace was because he knew that it was very difficult to kill each other in a battle between peerless masters. If he couldn't kill them, then he would try his best. It would be best if he could kill them, but even if he couldn't, he would still have to stop them. As for killing the other people who were chasing after them, it was naturally based on the fact that he still had the strength to deal with the peerless master of the Black-White Round Palace. If Qing-yi was strong enough, there was no doubt that Qing-yi was a peerless master. However, there were also strong and weak ones among the peerless masters. Chu Mu didn't know how strong Qing-yi was among the peerless masters. However, even if a weak, peerless master met a strong one, the battle between them wouldn't be so easy to determine the winner. As long as he could hold on for a little longer, it would be enough for Chu Mu and the others to enter the land of exile. As soon as Qing-yi's voice fell, his figure faded and disappeared. Then he appeared outside the extreme peak and walked step by step toward the peerless master of the Black-White Round Palace. From the moment the peerless master of the Black-White Round Palace threatened Chu Mu to the moment Chu Mu summoned Qing-yi, the time was very short. Less than 3 breaths of time. Qing-yi appeared in front of the peerless master. Judging from his aura, it was clear that this man in a cyan robe and a sword was a peerless expert. The peerless master of the Black-White Round Palace didn't understand. Where did he come from? Had he been hiding in the flying ship all this time? Only now did he come out? No matter what the situation was, the peerless master of the Black-White Round Palace didn't look too good. After all, the duck in his hand was about to fly away. He couldn't see through the man in blue who was walking over step by step. Hence, his expression was very serious. Qing-yi's face was indifferent. He didn't show the slightest bit of emotion just because his opponent was a peerless master. His expression didn't change at all. His aura grew sharper as he walked, like a divine sword slowly being pulled out of its scabbard. "Who are you?" The peerless master of the Black-White Round Palace asked seriously. He felt that this man in blue wasn't someone to be trifled with. Hence, he didn't want to be enemies with him. "The person who will kill you." Qing-yi's reply was very casual. It was like a breeze blowing through a bamboo forest. The bamboo leaves fluttered in the wind, but it also contained a deep murderous intent. Even a clay figurine would have a temper, let alone a peerless master who was worshipped by many people. When he heard Qing-yi's words, his expression darkened and his aura grew stronger. "Since that's the case, you can go die." The peerless master of the black, white, round palace said with murderous intent. He raised his hand, and an incomparably strong power passed through the air like a tidal wave, rushing towards Qingyi. Wave after wave. The power of each wave was stronger than the one before. The flying ship and the other cultivators of the black, white, round palace, who were chasing from afar, all had a drastic change in expression. They hurriedly retreated far away. This was a battle between peerless masters. They had to stay far away from it. Otherwise, if they were even slightly affected, it would be a disaster for them. Chu Mu controlled the extreme peak flying ship and also quickly moved away. However, he didn't go back the way he came. Instead, he went in the direction of the land of exile. Many people saw the extreme peak's movement. Some of them wanted to risk their lives to stop it. However, they regretted it the next moment. A beam of blue light flashed by. This group of people who wanted to continue chasing Chu Mu were all killed by this beam of blue light. This put an end to the idea of pursuing Chu Mu. The cyan light was a strand of sword qi. It was a strand of sword qi that was casually slashed out by the man in cyan after he drew his sword. The main body of the sword qi slashed forward. With a flash of cyan light, the main body of the cyan sword qi was like a peerless sword, tearing through the sky and breaking through all obstacles. In an instant, the sword slashed out by the man in blue collided with the attack of the peerless master of the black-white round palace. Even though the opponent's attack was like an endless wave, it was still torn apart by Qingyi's sword. It was like a pair of sharp scissors cutting through cloth. The peerless master of the black-white round palace suddenly changed his expression. Although he didn't attack with his full strength, the opponent's counterattack was unexpectedly sharp. What made him even more fearful was that the opponent's aura was clearly not an ordinary cultivator, but a swordsman. Chapter 1684. The Grey Land of Exile was very eye-catching. The two figures fought in the air like two shooting stars. One was cyan, the other was sometimes white and sometimes black. It was the unique cultivation method of the black-white round palace, the black technique and the white technique. The black technique was for close combat, while the white technique was for long-range attacks. As one of the two top cultivators of the black-white round palace, he naturally knew the black technique and the white technique. He was very proficient in them. The top cultivator who used the black technique and the white technique was the one who showed his true strength. Qingyi had a sword in his hand. He was fearless. The sword in his hand was cyan like a bamboo leaf. It was very thin and sharp. Qingyi did not use any powerful sword techniques. He only used ordinary sword techniques. That was all. However, each sword contained a unique charm. Each sword contained the essence of the true meaning. Each sword contained shocking sharpness. It was very sharp. Chu Mu, Gulwancom, and the other two all walked out of the extreme peak. They stood at the edge of the land of exile. They only needed to move half a step back and they would enter the land of exile. But now they didn't want to go in because there was a peerless swordsman fighting in the sky. Watching such a battle, regardless of whether they could understand it or not, would be of great help to their future cultivation, especially their swordsmanship. Among the four, Chu Mu was the most proficient in sword techniques. He also understood part of the true meaning. Therefore, he was the only one who could understand Qingyi's sword technique. It was a kind of pure sword technique. Every single sword strike and every single move was simple and direct, yet it was tempered over and over again, and it contained boundless profundities. There seemed to be only one change when the sword stabbed out, and that was to stab forward. However, it also contained countless changes. It could stab out from countless angles and at countless angles. Just one stab contained so many mysteries. It was unimaginable. It was completely beyond Chu Mu's current level of sword technique. Chu Mu did not know what level of cultivation one needed to be able to do that. He didn't think too much about it because it wasn't allowed. He focused all of his attention on Qingyi's sword and Qingyi's sword techniques. Stab, hack, slash, every strike was simple and direct, refined and exquisite. Every strike contained an indescribable true intent. That true intent far exceeded Chu Mu's by far, far too much. His eyes were dazzled, and it was hard for him to remember much of it. He could only do his best to grasp it. As compared to Chu Mu, Gu Wankong and the others did not benefit as much. After all, they had yet to comprehend the true intent, despite the fact that Chu Mu had been imparting the true intent to them. However, as the essence of the ancient sword Tao, the true intent was not that easy to comprehend. It required sufficient talent, accumulation, and timing. Gu Wankong and the other two weren't lacking in talent, but they still needed to accumulate experience and the right timing. The others didn't dare to chase after them. Even though they were only 10,000 meters away from Chu Mu and the others, it was the difference between life and death. The battle between the two peerless experts was so exciting that they couldn't take their eyes off it. They didn't want to miss it. At this moment, the exciting battle had completely attracted their attention. They couldn't afford to be distracted. The peerless expert of the black-white, round palace attacked again and again. He used both black and white skills, combining close combat and long-range attacks, attacking and defending, switching between defense and defense perfectly. Such strength could only be described as incomparably strong. However, even so, he couldn't do anything to the man in green. That azure-clothed man merely used the sword in his hand. With just that one sword, he broke through his attacks again and again. Moreover, every time he counterattacked, it would bring about a fatal threat to him. He had to use all of his abilities in order to block and dodge them. The peerless expert of the black-white round palace finally understood that the man in green was stronger than him. Moreover, he wasn't just slightly stronger. He was much stronger than him. Even the peerless experts of the deep blue world, such as Lei Ba and Kong Lu, weren't as strong as him. Although the peerless expert of the black-white round palace was very confident in his own strength, he also knew the difference between him and the peerless experts. This was a battle that they couldn't win. In fact, they might even lose. They didn't need to rely on such a battle. Such a powerful opponent would give them pressure to temper themselves. Hence, the strong cultivator from the black-white palace wanted to retreat. One could foresee that the operation to stop Chu Mu had failed after the appearance of the man in green. The reason didn't need to be explained. It was just that the opponent was too strong, and they didn't have enough understanding of him. But no matter what, a failure was a failure. The peerless expert of the black-white round palace wanted to leave. However, with his rich battle experience, he understood that he couldn't retreat immediately. Otherwise, the opponent would seize the opportunity to pursue him and he would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, even if he wanted to retreat, he had to use a technique. However, the man in green seemed to understand his plan. With a sword in his hand, he cut off any path of retreat. "Sir, please stop," the peerless expert of the black-white round palace said helplessly. However, the man in green ignored him. The peerless expert of the black-white round palace was furious. If he asked the man in green to stop, it meant that he was admitting defeat. However, the man in green didn't care at all. He continued to attack with his sword. It was obvious that the man in green wanted to kill him. Even if the man in green was stronger than him, they were both peerless experts. If the man in green wanted to kill him, he was still lacking. He used a secret technique, and his strength increased explosively. A terrifying chi spread out in all directions. It was like a roaring tsunami. Die. The peerless expert of the black-white round palace used a secret technique and released an extremely powerful attack. A black light formed a circle and shot towards the man in green. In an instant, the people on the ground felt as if the sky was covered by the black light. The entire sky was collapsing and crashing into the ground. They were like ants. They felt that they were so tiny under that black light. In an instant, they would be turned into ashes. Everyone was trembling. Their faces were pale, and they were drenched in cold sweat. Only the man in green remained unmoved. The man in green raised his sword in front of him. An indescribable feeling condensed on the sword. It seemed as if there were threads of qi spreading out. That qi contained a faint green color. Around the man in green, there seemed to be shadows of green bamboos. It was as if bamboo leaves were falling down from the sky. As the man in green's qi spread out, the pressure brought by the black light was quickly weakened. The man in green had taken most of the pressure from the black light alone. In the next instant, the man in green's hand moved. However, it was too fast. Even a peak level 9-star Saint couldn't catch it. It seemed as if the man in green hadn't moved at all. The sword was still in its original position and position. Immediately after, the black light stopped as if it had been frozen. A horrible shriek sounded from behind the black light. The black light started to tremble violently. In an instant, it exploded. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. After the black light exploded, a figure left behind a horrible shriek. It was the peerless expert of the black-white round palace. As the peerless expert of the black-white round palace left, a severed arm fell from the sky. It was a left arm. It belonged to the peerless expert of the black-white round palace. It had been cut off by Qing Yi's green bamboo sword. Moreover, the sword had cut through the black light. Qing Yi's sword was terrifyingly powerful. It was definitely not an ordinary sword technique. It was an ultimate technique. Unfortunately, it was too fast. Chu Mu didn't see it at all, even though he had concentrated all his energy. Although he couldn't kill his opponent, he was still a peerless expert. He wouldn't be killed so easily. To be able to break his opponent's secret technique and cut off his arm was already very good. As for why Qing Yi didn't use such a powerful sword technique before, but instead waited until his opponent had used his secret technique, Chu Mu didn't understand. He wasn't Qing Yi. The peerless expert of the black-white round palace had escaped. Qing Yi didn't chase after him. His duty was to protect Chu Mu. Turning around, Qing Yi faced the group of saint-level experts who were chasing after Chu Mu and the others. With an indifferent expression, Qing Yi swung his sword. A green sword qi tore through the air and silently slashed towards the group of saint-level experts. It exploded midway and turned into pieces of bamboo leaves. It was as if a strong wind had blown it towards the group of saint-level experts. It was a great shock and chaos. The first to bear the brunt were the dozens of black and white flying ships from the black-white round palace. The black and white flying ships exploded with speed, intending to escape. This terrifying sword cultivator in green made them feel boundless fear. However, they were still a little too slow. The protective shield of the flying ships was extremely fragile. It was like a piece of rotten paper. Under the green sword qi of the bamboo leaves, it was instantly cut and torn apart without any resistance. The green sword qi of the bamboo leaves tore through the bodies of the flying ships. One by one, the flying ships exploded into huge fireballs. The cultivators in the flying ships were either killed by the green sword qi or died in the explosions of the flying ships. The other saint-level experts didn't say a word. They hurriedly turned around and fled. The flying ships also exploded with extreme speed, ignoring the damage done to them. The green sword qi of the bamboo leaves seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually extremely fast. Wherever it passed, there was no sign of life. With one swing of the sword, hundreds of saint-level experts were killed. And after that swing of the sword, Qing Yi seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He charged towards Chu Mu and disappeared. Chu Mu and the other three only just reacted. There was no need to describe the shock in their hearts. The other saint-level experts who were crying and running away were all stunned when they saw Qing Yi and the green sword qi of the bamboo leaves disappear. They stopped in their tracks. Then, As if realizing something, they all turned around and quickly rushed towards the group of people who had been killed. As for Chu Mu and the others, they didn't dare to chase after them anymore. Who knew if that terrifying man in green would appear again? Chapter 1685. Let's go. Chu Mu retracted his gaze and said to Gulwangkong and the other two. The three of them nodded. Soon after, the four of them turned around and faced the outside world of the gray mist. They took a step forward and their entire bodies sank into the gray mist, as if they had been swallowed, disappearing without a trace. Originally, Chu Mu had planned to take the space rings of the martial saints killed by Qing Yi as his spoils of war. However, the current situation did not allow him to do so. The space rings of the hundreds of martial saints that had died were being fought over by hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of martial saints. After escaping for almost a month and going through untold hardships, they had finally arrived at the border of the land of exile. Chu Mu would not put himself and the others in danger for some space rings. The scene of Chu Mu and the other three entering the land of exile was seen by some people. However, they did not stop them. Firstly, the distance was too far. No matter how fast they would not be able to arrive in an instant. However, Chu Mu and the others only needed to take a small step. Secondly, the fight for the space rings was chaotic. If they were not careful, they could be killed. All in all, Chu Mu and the other three had successfully escaped and entered the land of exile as they wished. What a bunch of trash! Zhang Li sneered when he heard the news. He was talking about the people who had chased after Chu Mu. So many people, so many traps, but in the end, they still let the other party enter the land of exile. But who is that green-robed sword cultivator? As he thought to himself, Zhang Li's eyes were filled with dread, deep dread. He did not expect that the two-star martial saint sword cultivator would be protected by a peerless sword cultivator in green. Yes, including Zhang Li, except for Chu Mu, no one knew that it was Chu Mu's trump card. It was a trump card that could only be used once. In the future, Chu Mu would not be able to summon Qing Yi. Only when one didn't know would there be countless guesses, and only then would one be fearful. The arm of a peerless cultivator from the black-white round palace was cut off by an unknown sword cultivator. It was impossible to hide this matter. Even though the body of a peerless cultivator was extremely strong, and the black-white round palace had a deep foundation and could regrow a severed arm, the fact that the sword cultivator in cyan robes had cut off his arm showed how strong he was. Zhang Li knew where he stood among the peerless masters. He was about the same level as the peerless masters of the black-white palace. In other words, he was not a match for the green-robed swordsman. If Chu Mu allowed the green-robed swordsman to deal with him, even if he did not die, he would be in a difficult situation. Zhang Li didn't care if he was in a difficult situation or not. What he cared about more was that being targeted by such an expert wasn't a good thing. It would be hard for him to have peace. Just like Zhang Li, Yuho was also vexed. Of course, there were many others as well. Those who had chased after Chu Mu began to fear Chu Mu's revenge. A powerful sword cultivator who could easily cut off the arm of a peerless master from the black-white round palace. Other than the sage emperor, who wouldn't fear him. Even the celestial race couldn't underestimate him. If the green-robed swordsman insisted on dealing with the celestial race, it would definitely bring a great disaster to the celestial race. As a result, the people who had been shouting to kill all fell silent. They even felt afraid. How can this be? That fellow, how can there be a supreme expert protecting him? Within the ancient god sword union, Yan Zhenkong was shocked. The others, especially Vice Union Master Xingliang and Union Master Zhang Fan, had deep panic in their eyes. Traces of regret emerged from the depths of their hearts. On the contrary, those who were kind to Chu Mu revealed smiles. They had never thought that Chu Mu would have such a trump card. It seems that the chaos won't come so soon. There will be a period of silence, Kong Lu said. The land of exile had existed since the deep blue world appeared. It had another name, the land of exile. It was located at the edge of the deep blue world. Regardless of whether it was the land of exile or the land of exile, the meaning was more or less the same. In short, the land of exile could be said to be the most dangerous place in the deep blue world, regardless of whether it was the inland or the outer sea. The names of the land of exile all fell on the land of exile. However, the land of exile was very different from the land of exile, a forbidden place like the dark void. The dark void was a pure forbidden land of death. However, the land of exile, other than being a forbidden land, was also equivalent to a secret realm, a half-world that was attached to the deep blue world. Within the land of exile, there were many dangers. At the same time, there were many opportunities. Entering the land of exile, there was a possibility of dying in there. There was also a possibility of obtaining opportunities and benefits that could greatly increase one's strength. In short, the land of exile was a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. In addition, the land of exile was also a place where many vicious and evil people went to. In the deep blue world, not everyone followed the rules. There were those who killed in anger, those who spilled blood over 1,000 miles, and those who enjoyed killing. In short, if there were good people, there would be bad people. If there were good people, then there would be evil people. No matter what the reason was, whether it was killing countless people, committing a heinous crime, or being chased by a powerful opponent, there was only one choice in the end, and that was to enter the land of exile. The majority of these people had died in the land of exile. However, there was still a small portion that had survived. Furthermore, they had become even more powerful in the land of exile. Furthermore, the number of these people was not small. After all, for countless years, there had been an endless stream of people entering the land of exile. In addition, there were also some who were born in the land of exile. Gradually, the number of people in the land of exile increased. Chu Mu had read many ancient books. This was one of his hobbies. To him, knowledge was a kind of power. Therefore, Chu Mu knew about the land of exile. He also knew about the dangers of the land of exile from the ancient books. He also knew that there were many opportunities in the land of exile. He also understood that if he wanted to increase his strength in a shorter period of time, the land of exile was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Therefore, Chu Mu came. He took a step forward and walked into the gray fog. There was only darkness in front of him. He could not hear anything, see anything, or even feel anything. There was only a gray color and only loneliness. He could only continue to walk forward. In here, it was as if all his strength was useless. This was also why once Chu Mu and the others entered the land of exile, their pursuers could not do anything. Because after entering the land of exile, they would first pass through a path called the realm of gray fog. In the realm of gray fog, one could not see or hear anything. Actually, this was not important because cultivators, especially saint experts, had another advantage, and that was the power of the soul. Most of the time, it was more useful than eyes and ears. However, the problem was that in the realm of gray fog, even the power of the soul would be ineffective. If one could not see or hear anything, the power of the soul would be ineffective, and one's own strength would also be disrupted and ineffective. How could one chase after them? In addition, the realm of gray fog had another characteristic, and that was that the people who entered had to be very determined and unwavering. Only then would they be able to walk out of the realm of gray fog in a short period of time and truly enter the land of exile. If one was suspicious and wavered, they might lose their way and end up wandering around the realm of gray fog. If they were lucky, they might truly enter the land of exile after a period of time, or return to the deep blue world. If they were unlucky, they would wander around the realm of gray fog for a long time, seeing, hearing, and feeling nothing, only being alone. That kind of loneliness was nothing in a short period of time, but over a long period of time, it was enough to drive a person crazy. Those who dared to enter the land of exile were usually very determined. Therefore, most people would not get lost in there. Only a few unlucky people would get lost in there. Among these few people, there were a few who were lucky and left alive, and a few who were unlucky and completely lost themselves. Before Chu Mu and the others entered the land of exile, Chu Mu had already explained it clearly to them. Therefore, even though they could not see, hear, or feel anything, they did not waver in the slightest. Their footsteps were unwavering as they walked forward. They did not know how much time had passed, and they did not know how many meters they had walked. They only walked forward unwaveringly and did not deviate from their direction. Even though it was very difficult to make judgments in an environment like the realm of gray fog, the four of them were all martial saints. Furthermore, they were all monstrous geniuses. Once they were determined, it was extremely difficult for them to be disturbed by the outside world. Furthermore, they had sufficient control over their own bodies. They knew that they were walking forward in a straight line. In the realm of gray fog, one could not feel the flow of time. Chu Mu took another step forward, and the scenery in front of him changed abruptly. The unchanging darkness turned into a dark gray sky that was tinged with red. Black smoke billowed, as if it was a land of doomsday. The hard ground was like cracked rocks that stretched endlessly. As Chu Mu was sizing up the area in front of him, Gulwankong and the other two walked out of the realm of gray fog. This is the land of exile. Lien Hongyan took a deep breath, glanced around, and said in surprise, "The land of exile does not sound like a good place." "Such a harsh environment is nothing," Gulwankong said. Yes, in the eyes of the four of them, the scenery in front of them could only be described as harsh. The sky that was about to collapse was filled with cracks. Black smoke billowed out of the cracks, and some of them were red with high temperature, like lava. There were also some cracks that emitted a terrifying suction force that could suck in and crush everything that passed by it. The air here was extremely dry. Every time they breathed, they could feel the dry heat that flowed into their bodies through their nostrils. There was a slight burning sensation in their lungs. To an ordinary person, breathing in such air was fatal. However, to cultivators, especially those in the eternal realm, this was nothing. There was no harm at all. Chapter 1686. Once they entered the land of exile, everything in the outside world would have nothing to do with them for a period of time. The purpose of entering the land of exile was to improve themselves faster. This way of doing things was like putting oneself in a hopeless situation because the land of exile was not a good place. Looking at it from another perspective, this place was naturally a good place. "Chu Mu, I think, let's part ways here," Gulwankong said. Yang Zhantian and Lien Hongyan did not say anything, but they nodded. Back when they were on the extreme peak, they had already discussed this matter briefly. It might be safer for the four of them to act together. After all, they could form the true four symbols, sword formation. However, the true four symbols, sword formation, could only be unleashed when the four of them were at a similar level of strength. Because of the battle with the divine guards of the divine clan, although their heavenly puppets were not destroyed, they were damaged and were in the process of self-recovery. They did not know when they would fully recover, so they could not be used at the moment. Under such circumstances, the four of them could not form the true four symbols, sword formation. Without a doubt, among the four of them, Chu Mu was the strongest, and he was much stronger than the three of them. Even if they unleashed their secret techniques together, they would not be a match for Chu Mu. Under such circumstances, if they acted together with Chu Mu, there was no doubt that they would be a burden to Chu Mu. Although they were not as strong as Chu Mu, the three of them could be considered as geniuses of the eternal monstrous level. They had their own pride and perseverance, and their own views and principles. Their relationship with Chu Mu was that of friends and companions, and not that of servants or followers. As proud as they were, they did not say anything on the surface, but their hearts were filled with pressure, and they kept trying to catch up. However, it seemed to be very difficult, and the gap between them was gradually widening. Entering the land of exile this time was an opportunity for Chu Mu, but it was also an excellent opportunity for them. Chu Mu could understand their thoughts, and he had always treated the three of them as friends. Therefore, he supported their thoughts and actions. What's more, the three of them had outstanding talents. What they lacked was just some opportunities that could allow them to become stronger quickly. As for danger, it was impossible for them to increase their strength quickly without encountering danger. Everyone had their own fate, and they couldn't be restricted or forced. As the top 10 on the Heaven Azure leaderboard, the three of them were also protected by the providence of the Heaven Azure leaderboard. In addition to their own abilities, they would not easily fall into a life-threatening situation in the Land of Exile. The Land of Exile is a semi-world. It is somewhat different from the Deep Blue World. Chu said, "According to the ancient records I've read, staying in the Land of Exile for a long time will cause one to be branded with the Land of Exile's brand. From then on, one will never be able to leave the Land of Exile. Therefore, we have at most 30 years. No matter what happens, within 30 years, we must leave the Land of Exile. Otherwise, once 30 years pass, there's a high chance we won't be able to leave. After entering the Land of Exile, it was best to leave within 10 years. This was because within 10 years, the Land of Exile would only leave behind an aura on one's body. After leaving, the aura would naturally dissipate. After 10 years, the aura that was left behind would gradually become a mark. Once 30 years had passed, the mark would take shape. The mark was equivalent to the Land of Exile's recognition, a symbol. After being marked, one would become a native of the Land of Exile and would never be able to leave the Land of Exile for the rest of one's life. The purpose of Chu and the other three entering the Land of Exile was to increase their strength. After becoming strong enough, they would return to the Deep Blue World. On one hand, it would be easier for them to complete their mission. On the other hand, they would naturally be able to repay their debts. Therefore, they couldn't allow the Land of Exile to be completely marked and stay here forever, unable to leave. 30 years. With a limit of 30 years, they definitely couldn't exceed it. This was an extremely important matter. Chu placed great importance on it, and so did Gulwankong and the other two. This wasn't something that could be joked about. Then, let's part ways here. From today onwards, we will meet again 29 years later. Or we can leave the Land of Exile first and return to the Deep Blue World." Lian Hongyun said with a smile, "Let's see who has improved more after 30 years. Yang Zhantian said with a smile. He didn't say that they would see who was stronger after 30 years, but instead, he said who had improved more. He had a thought in his heart, or perhaps it was a limit that he had set for himself. No matter how much he improved, he would only be able to catch up to Chu and would never be able to surpass him. It couldn't be helped. Time and time again, facts had proven that it was impossible to surpass Chu. Even Gulwankong and Lian Hongyun had the same thought. 30 years is the limit. 30 years is the limit. After 30 years, we will return to the Deep Blue World and stir up a storm." The four of them clapped their hands, turned around, and each chose a direction to go in. The Land of Exile was dry and cracked, as if it had suffered from a drought for many years. The air was extremely dry, and there were countless cracks in the sky. It was like a world that had entered the end of the world. As an incomplete world, a half-world that was attached to the Deep Blue World. The Land of Exile wasn't as complete as the Deep Blue World, but it had more possibilities. As they walked forward, it was extremely desolate. Although there were many opportunities in the Land of Exile, it wasn't that easy to obtain them. Effort and reward were often proportional. Compared to the Deep Blue World, the Land of Exile had an additional aura. It was a very unique aura. If one were to use a metaphor to describe it, then the Deep Blue World would be a peaceful and prosperous world, while the Land of Exile would be a chaotic country. Haha, it's a newcomer. What a fresh aura. I haven't smelled it in a long time. On the way forward, Chu encountered two people blocking his way. The aura that these two people emitted made Chu know that they were saints. Moreover, they were both 4-star saints. Within their aura, there was a unique fluctuation. It was the aura fluctuation that belonged to the Land of Exile. It was very clear. Although it was the first time that Chu felt it, he understood that it was the brand that the Land of Exile left on them. They couldn't leave the Land of Exile and go to the Deep blue world. Chu Mu had just entered the land of exile and hadn't been branded with the unique aura of the land of exile. Therefore, when these two people saw Chu Mu, they felt that his aura was very fresh. It was as if there was a drop of water that hadn't been assimilated in murky water. In their eyes, Chu Mu was a newcomer. The land of exile was different from the deep blue world. In the deep blue world, there was always some reason. Therefore, if there wasn't any conflict of interest or hatred, it was very rare to attack or even kill someone. However, in the land of exile, the strong preyed on the weak. In the land of exile, chaos was a very normal thing. Killing was also a very normal thing. Death was also a very normal thing. With a thought, one could draw a sword and kill someone. There was no reason to speak of. Being alive was the right thing to do. Being dead meant nothing. There was no reason for these two people to target Chu Mu. They just targeted him and wanted to kill him. That was all. The aura of the land of exile would make it easier for people to kill and arouse their desires. Chu Mu became the target of these two people. Both of them were 4-star saints. The two of them had full confidence in killing Chu Mu because the land of exile was more dangerous than the deep blue world. At the same level, the cultivators in the land of exile were better at fighting than the cultivators in the deep blue world. Naturally, they were stronger. Seeing these two people, Chu Mu was a little surprised. Immediately, a trace of joy flashed across his face. His understanding of the land of exile was based on what he saw in the ancient books. Those were descriptions of the origin and structure of the land of exile. As for everything inside the land of exile, it was only vaguely mentioned. The people who wrote the ancient books probably didn't have a deep understanding of the land of exile. Every place had its own characteristics, its own power, and the people who stood at the peak. This was the foundation of every domain and every world. Chu Mu's initial purpose in coming to the land of exile was naturally to improve himself. However, he wasn't going to act blindly. It was necessary to understand the power structure of this place. He originally planned to ask the people of the land of exile if he encountered them. No matter what method he used, it just so happened that two people came to his doorstep. The two people instantly drew their swords and attacked from the left and right with all their strength. As soon as their swords were unsheathed, Chu Mu could feel the fluctuations of sword energy. These two people could actually be considered sword saints. 4-star sword saints were quite impressive in the deep blue world. They could even hold a high position in a first-rate power. Thinking about it, he should be able to learn more about the land of exile from them. This thought flashed through Chu Mu's mind at lightning speed. Shortly after, Chu Mu focused his attention on the two people. The two people attacked with their swords. Their movements were simple and direct. They were very sharp. They abandoned unnecessary elegance and purely focused on killing their opponent. This was a sword technique for killing. Although this kind of sword technique wasn't powerful enough in Chu Mu's eyes, it was already sharp enough. It was more suitable for killing than the sword techniques of many sword saints in the deep blue world. This aroused Chu Mu's interest. As expected, if they were compared to sword saints of the same level in the deep blue world, the probability of these two people surviving after killing their opponent was much higher. Chu Mu didn't draw his sword. This kind of opponent wasn't enough for Chu Mu to draw his sword. His body didn't move as he waited for the two people's swords to come. From their point of view, this newcomer didn't seem to be able to react in time. Yes, that's right. The speed of their swords was very fast. This was due to the environment of the land of exile. After surviving in this kind of place and going through a long period of tempering, everyone possessed greater strength and speed. Chapter 1687. The pupils of the two men who attacked Chu Mu shrank rapidly. The shock in their hearts was indescribable, and it was written all over their faces. It turned out that it wasn't that this newcomer didn't have the ability to dodge their attacks, but that he didn't need to. Just as their swords were about to hit this newcomer raised his hands without them noticing. Yes, they didn't know when it happened, but his fingers clamped onto their swords. Even when they used all their strength, They didn't move an inch. The two men immediately understood that they had kicked an iron plate. There was no special reason for anyone to enter the land of exile. No matter what the reason was, most people who entered the land of exile had some ability. The two men thought that they had been in the land of exile for decades, and that they were much stronger than when they first entered. They thought that they would be stronger than cultivators of the same level in the outside world. Moreover, with the two of them working together, they were confident that they would succeed. They didn't expect that they would be wrong this time. In the land of exile, it was normal to be killed instead of killed. The two men immediately let go of the swords in their hands. Without another word, they retreated at full speed and turned around, intending to run away. To them, staying alive was the most important thing. It didn't matter if they lost their swords. There were still spares in their space rings. Their actions were somewhat out of Chu Mu's expectations. In Chu Mu's mind, swordsmen treated their swords well and wouldn't give up easily. The two men had mastered sword energy and had even reached the second level. The second level of sword energy at the 4-star saint level was considered ordinary, but no matter what, they were still sword saints. In a sense, the sword was the life of a swordsman. Unless it was destroyed by someone or for some other reason, the sword was no longer suitable for the user. Otherwise, every sword cultivator would treat their sword well. Chu Mu couldn't understand why the two men had abandoned their swords and turned to run away. However, Chu Mu wouldn't let them escape just like that. The two swords flew out at an extremely fast speed and hit the two men who were running away. Chu Mu took a step forward and appeared beside the two men. He grabbed the rebounding swords with both hands and placed them on their necks. If they made the slightest movement, Chu Mu's swords would mercilessly cut their necks. "Your Excellency, we were the ones who were blind. Don't kill us. We are willing to pay the ransom." The two spoke one after the other. "We'll talk about the ransom later. Now I'll ask and you guys answer." Chu Mu said. He slightly moved his two swords and immediately cut open the skin on their necks, causing blood to seep out. Even if their necks were severed, their primordial spirits would still be present. However, under such circumstances, their primordial spirits would not be able to leave this place alive. Moreover, even if their primordial spirits could leave without a physical body, they would not have much strength. They did not have any backing here and would die sooner or later. "Please ask, we will tell you everything we know," the two of them hurriedly said. This was their way of survival. Being so tactful, Chu Mu bluntly asked a bunch of questions. Let's start with the basics. The two of them were a little surprised, but then they remembered that the other party was a newcomer to the land of exile and did not know much about the land of exile. It was normal for him to ask such questions. As Chu Mu asked one question after another, and as the two of them answered, a clearer picture of the land of exile gradually appeared in Chu Mu's mind. The basic situation, the structure and distribution of the forces, and so on. However, the two of them were just ordinary people in the land of exile. The information they knew was on a superficial level. They did not have the right to know some of the more important secrets. However, to Chu Mu, this was enough. At the very least, he wouldn't appear as if he didn't know anything. Instead, he would be able to make appropriate plans. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu digested all the information that he had received. Then, the three of them flashed across his mind. He wondered how they were doing now. Were they like him, encountering people who tried to kill them, or were they unimpeded? But thinking about it, although they were not strong enough with their abilities, they would not die so easily. Chu Mu was looking forward to meeting them again in the future. He wondered how much they would have improved by then. As this thought flashed across his mind, Chu Mu's attention returned to the present. "Now let's talk about the ransom," Chu Mu said. Before, he did not know that there was such a thing as ransom in the land of exile. Now that he knew, he was interested in talking about it. "I'm willing to pay 10 black iron sinners' hearts." "I'm also willing to pay 10 black iron sinners' hearts." The two of them spoke at almost the same time. "Only 10 black iron sinners' hearts?" Chu Mu smiled faintly. If it was before, he definitely would not know what a sinner's heart was. However, now Chu Mu knew that a sinner's heart was a type of heart, the heart of a sinner. Sinners sounded like people who had committed crimes, but they were not. They were a kind of existence, similar to humans, but not humans. They were life forms that were unique to the land of exile. One of the questions that Chu Mu asked the two of them was whether there were spirit beasts in the land of exile. The answer was no, but there were sinners. In a sense, sinners were like the spirit beasts of the deep blue world. Of course, there were some differences. Spirit beasts had a certain level of intelligence. The intelligence of powerful spirit beasts was not inferior to the intelligence of the human race. Therefore, they could judge the situation and size up the situation. Furthermore, some spirit beasts were kinder and would not attack easily. Sinners also had intelligence. However, their intelligence was different from spirit beasts and humans. At least in the eyes of others, sinners' bestial nature far surpassed their rationality. No one knew where sinners came from. Perhaps they had appeared when the land of exile appeared. However, one thing was certain, and that was that sinners were extremely aggressive. Apart from their own kind, all other living beings were within their attack range. Once a sinner saw them, they would immediately attack them. Furthermore, sinners liked the hearts of living beings the most, especially those that were still warm and beating. Perhaps it was because sinners liked to eat the hearts of living beings. The most valuable part of their body was their heart. The hearts of sinners were known as the sinner's heart. They contained a powerful and mysterious power. In the land of exile, the sinner's heart was a hard currency. Everyone liked it and needed it. It was many times more valuable than a supreme-grade elixir. The sinner's heart was also divided into different levels. This was closely related to the sinner's strength. Sinners were divided into dark iron, bronze, and silver levels. It was said that above the silver level there were gold-level sinners. However, gold-level sinners were said to have appeared a long time ago. Now they had disappeared. The most powerful sinners were silver-level sinners, but there were not many of them. Dark iron-level sinners were the weakest, but they still had the strength of a human 3-star saint. Furthermore, sinners had very strong bodies. They were powerful and fast. Their skin was tough and they were full of energy. Although they did not use weapons, their hands, claws, and their bodies were the best weapons. Therefore, in terms of level, a dark iron-level sinner was comparable to a human 3-star saint. In terms of strength, they were above average. Some of the more powerful dark iron-level sinners were not necessarily a match for an ordinary 4-star saint in a one-on-one battle. A bronze-level sinner was equivalent to a 6-star saint. Of course, their strength was much stronger than an ordinary 6-star saint. A silver-level sinner was equivalent to a 9-star saint. Their strength was also stronger than an ordinary 9-star saint. As for the strength of a gold-level sinner, it was unknown. Now it was just a legend. A dark iron-level sinner was equivalent to an ordinary warrior among the sinners. A bronze-level sinner was equivalent to an elite warrior. A silver-level sinner was equivalent to the leader of the sinners. If there was a gold-level sinner, he would be the king of the sinners. This was the information Chu Mu learned about sinners from the two men. Your Excellency, 10 dark iron sinners' hearts are enough to activate level 1 sword energy from the Onyx Greatsword. They are very valuable. Haggling at a time like this meant that the 10 black iron sinners' hearts were indeed very valuable. However, one of the things they said caught Chu Mu's attention and made him very curious. What is the Onyx Greatsword? What is this about activating sword energy? Explain it clearly, Chu Mu said. He had not asked these questions before because he had not thought about it at all. Now that he heard it, he felt that it was very interesting. The Onyx Greatsword is a great sword that has existed for a long time. Part of it is inserted into the ground, and the exposed part is hundreds of meters high. No power can damage the onyx, great sword all. The Onyx Great Sword has incredible power. The two men hurriedly explained. In any case, in order to survive, they had already said many things before. Moreover, the onyx greatsword was not a secret. As long as they entered the land of exile for a period of time, they would know. The onyx greatsword seems to need energy, and it is the energy of sinners' hearts. If you offer the sinners' hearts to the onyx greatsword, you can obtain the onyx greatsword's feedback. As they spoke, they paused for a moment. Chu Mu did not rush them. Instead, he digested what they had said and waited for them to continue. 10 dark iron sinners' hearts can activate level 1 sword energy with the feedback of the onyx greatsword. One of them added. Then, your level 2 sword energy was also obtained from the onyx greatsword? Chu Mu asked. Yes, level 1 sword energy requires 10 dark iron sinners' hearts. Level 2 sword energy requires 100 dark iron sinners' hearts. If it is level 3 sword energy, it requires 1,000 dark iron sinners' hearts. When they said this, Chu Mu seemed to understand. This kind of sword energy was not obtained through one's own comprehension. Strictly speaking, it was an external force that created a sword saint. It was not incomprehensible for them to abandon their swords in battle. However, this was not the main point. Chu Mu did not care about it. He was more concerned about the onyx greatsword. One had to know that the cultivation of sword energy was not easy. It required one to comprehend the essence of the sword technique. However, the onyx greatsword could actually allow others to activate sword energy. It was simply unimaginable. Chapter 1688. After obtaining 20 hearts of the black iron sinners, Chu Mu let the two go. They were just 2 4-star saints, so he could kill them or not. Moreover, Chu Mu had already promised them that as long as he answered their questions, he would let them live. He would not make promises easily, but once he made a promise, he would definitely keep it. After gaining a better understanding of the land of exile, Chu Mu gradually formed a plan in his mind. As he moved forward, quickly he played with a heart in his hand. This was a fist-sized heart. Its color wasn't bright red, but instead a black iron color. Holding it in his hand, Chu Mu could feel the warmth within. He could also feel the energy contained within, an extremely berserk energy. This was the heart of a black iron sinner. Its skin was very tough, as if it was made of black iron. Chu Mu could not damage it at all, even when he used 30% of his strength. It should be known that his divine body was at the peak of level 4, and his strength was extremely terrifying. He could easily crush refined steel into powder. 30% of his strength could even crush steel that had been refined 10,000 times. However, he could not do anything to this black iron heart. Chu Mu did not increase his strength. He was just casually testing it out. Next, he tried to absorb the violent energy in the black iron sinner's heart to see if he could absorb and refine it. He found that he could not absorb the violent energy in it at all, let alone refine it. What a magical thing, Chu Mu said to himself. With a flip of his hand, he put the black iron sinner's heart into his spatial ring. According to what he had heard, the sinner's heart had many uses. It could be sacrificed to the onyx god greatsword to stimulate the sword's power. It could also be used as currency to purchase and so on. Sword power from level 1 to level 3 can be obtained by sacrificing a black iron sinner's heart. Level 4 to level 6 can be obtained by sacrificing a bronze sinner's heart. Level 7 to level 9 can be obtained by sacrificing a silver sinner's heart. Then, what if I sacrifice a gold sinner's heart? Chu Mu thought to himself. Then he shook his head. It had been a long time since a gold-level sinner had appeared. Moreover, the strength of a silver-level sinner had already surpassed most 9-star saints. Judging from the increase in strength between sinners, a gold-level sinner might be equivalent to a peerless expert. Chu Mu was quite clear about the strength of a peerless expert because he had seen it with his own eyes. With his current strength, even if he encountered a silver-level sinner, he would still die, let alone a gold-level sinner. Thankfully, the sinners were less active during the day. Only at night was the best time for the sinners to appear. The weather in the land of exiles changed very quickly and without any pattern. When Chu-Mu first entered, he saw the dry and cracked earth and the sky full of cracks. He didn't know when, but the temperature of the air had started to drop. Moreover, it was extremely fast. The drastic change was something Chu-Mu could clearly feel. He looked up at the sky. The cracks in the sky were still there, but the air was becoming moist and cold. A gray-white dot condensed and floated down from the sky like a feather. As the first dot fell, more and more gray-white dots condensed. As the gray-white dots floated down, the temperature of the air dropped again. This was snow, gray-white snow. He stretched out his hand and let a piece of gray-white snow fall on his palm. It melted in his palm. Chu-Mu could feel the coldness and a trace of chaos in it. It was a chaotic aura that would affect one's mind. Even the falling snow had the unique aura of the land of exiles. More and more gray-white snow fell, becoming denser and denser. Chu-Mu started to feel cold. With his cultivation at the fourth sky of the Aeon and his peak fourth sky saint body, he actually felt cold. This meant that the gray-white snow was extremely cold. Ordinary low-level saints would probably feel uncomfortable. Chu-Mu's guess was right. At this time, almost all the cultivators outside had returned. This was because the weather would only get colder and colder. It would be unbearable. As time passed, Chu-Mu could feel that the temperature was getting lower and lower. Moreover, the gray-white snow was getting bigger and bigger, almost covering the entire sky. Even his vision was blocked. Moreover, when Chu-Mu spread out his soul power, he discovered that his soul power was disturbed by the chaotic aura in the gray-white snow. It became unstable and intermittent. Bad weather, Chu-Mu muttered. He couldn't help but speed up. As the snow fell, the sky gradually darkened. The gate of the Iron Wing camp was closed. Those cultivators who were guarding the gate were wearing special thick robes, which could better resist the gradually approaching cold. The land of exiles had existed for countless years. At first, it was desolate and uninhabited. However, after cultivators came here, it gradually changed. Most of the cultivators who came here were humans. Other than them, there were also other races. No matter what race they were, they all had their own civilizations. There were more or less similarities between these civilizations. Although true cultivators would endure all kinds of environments, they would naturally wish for better conditions if they could. Therefore, gradually, camps were built one after another. With the development, the camps gradually expanded and became cities. With cities, there would naturally be rulers. There would be divisions of power. When there were powers, there would naturally be conflicts. Humans were intelligent creatures. Although they revered the strong, some people would also pursue power and influence while pursuing personal strength. Great power and influence could bring more benefits and further strengthen themselves. In conflicts, some people would win and some would lose. There were also people who didn't want to be inferior to others. Therefore, other camps appeared in addition to the cities. Every camp represented a force. In the land of exile, there were more than 10 camps, but there were only 5 cities. These 5 cities represented the 5 most powerful powers in the land of exiles. It would be difficult for a 6th city to appear. The Ironwing camp was one of the dozens of camps. It was built and controlled by a power called the Ironwing Army. The camp was surrounded by walls made of black logs as thick as the waists of 10-meter-tall, burly men. They were sharpened and inserted into the ground to form walls. These black logs were a type of tree that was abundant in the land of exiles. They were called black ironwood. Black ironwood was extremely hard. Even a low-level saint's attack would find it difficult to damage it. If this thing was transported to the outside world, it would definitely be worth a lot. Unfortunately, black ironwood was unique to the land of exiles. Once it left the land of exiles, it would decay and become weak. Using black ironwood as walls, together with the ceiling carving records, could greatly increase the defensive power. Even a mid-level saint's attack would not be able to damage it. It was perfect to defend against the attacks of the sinners. It was best not to fly in the land of exiles. The higher one went, the more dangerous it was. If one was not careful and encountered a spatial crack, one would die silently. At the gate of the Ironman camp, 2 guards took out wine gourds and opened them. A wave of hot steam rushed out. Gurgling sounds came from the wine gourds. It sounded like boiling oil. After taking a small sip, the 2 guards' faces immediately changed. They became rosier and redder like cooked prawns. They even emitted hot steam. After a while, the 2 guards exhaled a mouthful of hot air. As soon as the hot air left their mouths, it immediately turned into a white breath and shot out like a sword. No matter how many times I've drunk it, I still find it very stimulating every time I drink it. I think it's disgusting. It can't be helped. If we don't drink it, it'll be hard to resist the cold. I wonder how long the gray snow will last this time. It's hard to say. The weather changes too quickly in this damned place. I'm worried about the sinners. This is the time when the sinners are most active. I wonder if the camp will be attacked. As the 2 of them conversed, their eyes were extremely sharp as they observed their surroundings. They also tried their best to spread out their spiritual energy, paying attention to all the movements in the surroundings. However, the gray snow was too big and too dense. It severely interfered with their vision and spiritual energy. Shivering slightly, Chumu took out a bottle of wine and drank it. However, the wine didn't make his body feel warm. The coldness brought by the gray snow invaded from the outside to the inside. As time passed, the coldness also emerged and spread from the inside to the outside. Under the combination of the inside and the outside, the coldness became even heavier. With his cultivation base of the 4th sky of the Aeon and his peak 4th sky same body, he still felt the coldness. It showed how serious the coldness was at this time. An ordinary low-level Saint Realm expert would probably be frozen stiff. A light flashed in his mind. Chu Mu took out the 5 elements spirit cleansing dew and drank it. As soon as the dew entered his body, it immediately dissolved and spread. The coldness seemed to want to destroy Chu Mu's body. It's effective. Chu Mu was secretly happy. Usually, when taking the 5 elements spirit cleansing dew, he could only absorb it slowly. Although the final effect was the same, the time it took was many times longer. Now, the pressure brought by the coldness only made Chu Mu feel a little. It was not enough, but it could already accelerate the absorption of the 5 elements spirit cleansing due to a certain extent. In 30 years, no, less than 30 years, Chu Mu had to strengthen himself as much as possible in all aspects. He had to be more powerful. The best thing was to have the strength to compete with the peerless experts. Whether he could do it or not, Chu Mu didn't know and had no confidence. He could only do his best and not let go of any opportunity to strengthen himself. The current coldness was a kind of opportunity. As he walked, Chu Mu's hair and shoulders were covered with gray snow. His eyes were incomparably sharp, like a sharp sword looking straight ahead. His hearing was raised to the extreme. The sound of falling gray snow entered his ears clearly. In the case of the interference of the spiritual energy, the role of the 5th realm of swordsmanship was played to the extreme. Chapter 1689. Chu Mu's keen hearing allowed him to hear an unusual sound. It was different from the sound of falling snow. This sound was rapidly growing louder, indicating that it was rapidly approaching Chu Mu. His right hand opened and clenched in the air. Raging fire spread, and a large amount of snow was instantly melted, leaving a temporary blank space. Soon, new snow was replaced, but it still melted under the fire. The blazing glory spiritual sword was in his hand. Ever since he had obtained the blazing glory spiritual sword, Chu Mu had always used the blazing glory spiritual sword first. It was not that the eternal spiritual sword was inferior to the blazing glory spiritual sword, but that Chu Mu had been nourishing the eternal spiritual sword and did not use it easily, because it was more important than the blazing glory spiritual sword. In addition to the eternal spiritual sword, the connate spiritual sword embryo that Chu-Mu had obtained was placed in his dantian to be nourished by the sword origin. At present, Chu-Mu was still unsure of what kind of spiritual sword the connate spiritual sword embryo would be, so he was only nourishing it temporarily with the sword origin. With the blazing glory spirit sword in his hand, the wrist holding the sword lightly shook. With a buzz, the sword violently trembled and whipped to the side. With a bang, the tyrannical power of the vibration shattered countless amounts of snow and formed a temporary vacuum. A figure was also whipped and instantly flew out. The blazing glory spiritual sword was whipped again and again in Chu-Mu's hand. Every time it whipped, it would hit a black-gray figure and force it to retreat. The moment the spiritual sword hit the figure's body, the recoil caused by the vibration force allowed Chu-Mu to directly feel the strength of the figures that were whipped by the sword. Although he had never seen or encountered them before, Chu-Mu immediately made a judgment. Sinners. Only the sinners would appear at this time. Only the sinners would attack him so quickly and violently. Only the sinners would have such a strong body. In that instant, when the ardent, brilliant spirit sword's blades struck their bodies, Chu-Mu even heard the sound of metal colliding. 3 sinners. A total of 3 sinners had targeted him and directly launched the fiercest and most violent attack. From the looks of it, these 3 sinners should be the lowest black iron-ranked sinners. Chu-Mu's eyes could capture their silhouettes, their movements, and the trajectory of their attacks. The sinners looked similar to humans in appearance, and their height was about the same. However, the sinners did not have hair. Their eyes were slightly red and their skin was blackish-gray. It was the color of black iron and looked extremely tough, like well-tempered cowhide. It also had a metallic texture. The sinners' body proportions could be described as perfect. They didn't wear anything and were covered in dark gray skin. Thus, Chu-Mu could clearly see their bodies and the muscles hidden beneath their dark gray skin. The proportions were moderate and the lines were perfect. They didn't look big, but they contained a terrifying strength, like the fusion of a black bear and a cheetah. Of course, they were countless times stronger than black bears and cheetahs. All in all, the bodies of sinners determined that while they possessed great strength, they also possessed extraordinary agility, reaction speed, and other amazing aspects. A pair of hands, just like a human's, had 5 fingers, but they looked very sharp, more like claws. After a short contact, Chu-Mu made his most intuitive judgment. The sinners' bodies were the most perfect among all the humanoid races he had ever seen. The 3 sword strikes just now did not use the power of the divine wilderness sword origin, nor did he use sword intent, nor did he use Jin Tian's sword style. He only used the earthquake force and the 3rd level sword force. Even so, with Chu-Mu's peak 4th level sacred body strength, the earthquake force displayed was 4 times more powerful under the 3rd level sword force. Even a 3-star saint-level spiritual beast with a strong physique would be whipped until its skin and flesh split open, or even burst open. However, the black iron-rank sinners were only whipped back and didn't suffer any injuries. With such a strong defense, it was no wonder that most 4-star saint-level spiritual beasts were no match for them. Thinking back to the 2 4-star saint-level spiritual beasts that intercepted Chu-Mu, each of them needed 110 black iron-rank sinners' hearts in order to raise their sword force to the 2nd level. That meant that they had to kill 110 black iron-rank sinners. How difficult would that be? It was no wonder that each of them felt such heartache when they handed over 10 black iron-ranked sinners' hearts to Chu-Mu as ransom. Now, Chu-Mu understood. As this thought flashed through his mind, the 3 sinners that had been whipped back attacked again. Their attacks were direct, simple, and violent. There were no superfluous movements, and they were purely for the sake of killing their opponent. It was no wonder. To make an enemy of such monsters, one had to train a body of tyrannical skills and abandon everything superfluous in order to defeat them. With a sword in hand, Chu Mu defended, dodged, and counterattacked. He did not use his full strength because this was the first time he had encountered a sinner, and it was worth investigating. The increasing chill did not seem to have any effect on the sinners. Chu Mu had consumed the 5 elemental spirit cleansing dew, so to a certain extent he could resist the chill's invasion and use the chill to speed up the absorption of the 5 elemental spirit cleansing dew. He threw out a punch and collided with the sharp claws of the sinners. The huge force immediately sent the sinners retreating, and the skin of Chu Mu's fist was torn. The body of a black iron rank sinner is almost equivalent to a level 4 sacred body, but it is not at the peak. Chu Mu thought to himself, but their claws can tear apart a level 4 sacred body. They can probably threaten a level 5 sacred body. Such sinners were equivalent to cultivators of the sacred body path. During the battle, Chu Mu also discovered that the sinners seemed to have a strong desire and hobby for attacking the heart. They always wanted to use their sharp claws to pierce Chu Mu's chest and dig out his heart. Of course, Chu Mu would not let them succeed. After entering the land of exile, coupled with the huge effect of the sinner's heart, Chu Mu knew that in the future he would inevitably have to deal with other sinners. Battles of life and death were inevitable, and there would be many of them. Therefore, it was necessary to understand the sinners more thoroughly as early as possible. If he was proficient and fond of dissection, he might have captured a few sinners alive to dissect and study them. But he did not, so he used this method to understand and familiarize himself with the sinners. Chu Mu tested the 3 sinners' strength, speed, reaction, explosive power, and defensive power one by one, and clearly understood them. There were some differences in these abilities between different sinners. It was normal that they were not big. Moreover, Chu Mu also discovered that fighting with the sinners' tyrannical bodies could further speed up the absorption of the 5 elemental spirit cleansing dew. On the other hand, he was also practicing the vibration of his sword power. Vibrating all of his level 9 sword power was one of his recent goals. Chu Mu and the 3 sinners engaged in a battle under the gray snow. It was a confrontation of physical strength. The 3 sinners were very powerful, but they could not do anything to Chu Mu. As time passed, the chill became heavier and more figures appeared. The number of sinners attacking Chu Mu increased from 3 to 7. The pressure that the 7 sinners brought to Chu Mu did not increase much compared to the 3 sinners. After all, Chu Mu's true strength was far superior to the other parties. In the face of an absolute power gap, unless it was a quantity that could cause a qualitative change, it would be ineffective. He waved his sword, and under the vibration, the 7 sinners were all repelled and flew out. After landing, they burst out with an amazing speed and rushed toward Chu Mu. Their sharp claws attacked as if they wanted to tear Chu Mu apart. Within the range of the 8 figures fighting, the gray snow turned into nothingness as soon as it fell, forming a blank space. His blood was boiling and heat was surging in his body to fight against the chill. Chu Mu took the 5 elements spirit cleansing dew again. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had taken 5,000 kilograms of 5 elements spirit cleansing dew. However, his divine body was still at the peak of level 4, and it would not be easy to break through. Chu Mu also knew that 50,000 kilograms of 5 elements spirit cleansing dew could help him break through from the early level 4 to the early level 5. At present, he had taken 60,000 kilograms and still needed 40,000 kilograms. After absorbing 5,000 kilograms of 5 elements spirit cleansing dew, Chu Mu could still feel the improvement of his divine body. While fighting, Chu Mu also felt the sinner's way of exerting force. It was a very effective and violent way of exerting force, which required a strong enough physique to withstand. During the battle, Chu Mu gradually learned this way, absorbing and integrating it, so that his exerting force became more perfect. The sinner's appearance was similar to that of humans, but there was still a big difference in their body structure. Chu Mu could not copy it mechanically, so he had to make changes and adjustments to suit himself. This kind of exerting force was different from the giant strength technique or the explosive strength technique, which could be used in a short period of time. It was a more stable and normal way of exerting force. With another sword strike, he used the same power, but the method of exerting force had been improved, and the power that erupted was more powerful. At this point, the only help that the black iron sinners could provide to Chu Mu was their hearts. Zhen Tian's sword style. With a bang, a sinner was hit, and its body exploded. Unlike the explosion of flesh and blood, it exploded like a stone or a piece of iron. With his strength, the 7 sinners were easily dealt with by Chu Mu, and Chu Mu also obtained 7 black iron sinners' hearts. Sure enough, this is a good place. Here, I am more confident that I can gain more strength in a shorter time, Chu Mu said to himself. After combining the sinner's way of exerting force, Chu Mu's exerting force became more perfect. Under the same consumption of power, his power had obviously increased. If he were to fumble around and continuously research and practice, perhaps he would need a few decades or even longer to reach this level. After all, Chu Mu's usage of power had already reached an extremely profound level. If he wanted to continue improving in the future, it would be extremely difficult. He didn't expect that not long after entering the land of exile, he would have such a clear improvement. The chill was deeper and heavier, but Chu Mu's heart was burning. It was the flame of hope. He felt that in 30 years, his strength would definitely reach an amazing level. Chapter 1690. The gray snow fell on the earth. The camp stood tall in the heavy snow, and the black ironwood emitted a hazy white brilliance. To a certain extent, it offset the gray snow, so that the temperature in the camp was not so low. In this kind of weather, unless one was a high-level martial saint expert, it was the best choice to stay in the camp. Of course, there were also some talented and powerful mid-level martial saint experts who dared to go out in this kind of weather, or some martial saint experts who thought their strength was good enough would form a team and enter the gray snow, because this was the time when the sinners were most active. Although it was the most dangerous, the harvest was also the greatest. Another bottle of 5 elements spirit cleansing, dew, was drunk, a full 100 kilograms, all of which went into Chu Mu's stomach. The chill was so heavy that it was enough to freeze a low-level martial saint expert. In this case, even a mid-level martial saint expert would feel very uncomfortable. In the gray snow, the sixth sense was more obviously affected, and the direction was more difficult to determine. Chu Mu's body was covered with a thick layer of gray snow. As he walked, Chu Mu's spirit gradually fell into a strange state. This was a kind of comprehension and also like an epiphany. Chu Mu's comprehension was extremely high. So far in the several worlds he had experienced, he had not encountered anyone who could compare with him in comprehension, let alone surpass him. The advantages of high comprehension were also obvious. As long as the corresponding conditions were met, it was easy to enter the state of comprehension. Early on, Chu Mu had entered an epiphany in the heavy snow, and this time he also entered an epiphany in the heavy snow. Last time, he comprehended a form of the sword domain in the heavy snow, the snow slaughter sword domain. This time, he did not know what he would comprehend. Immersed in the epiphany, Chu Mu's footsteps naturally stopped, and soon he was covered by the gray snow as if assimilated. The gray snow covering his body, and the chill constantly penetrated Chu Mu's body. The 5 elements spirit cleansing dew that Chu Mu drank constantly resisted, and in the resistance, Chu Mu's body was quickly absorbed. However, the 50 kilograms of 5 elements spirit cleansing dew was unable to support him for a long time. When the 5 elements spirit cleansing dew was completely consumed, the chill could no longer be resisted and continued to invade. The chaotic aura also permeated Chu Mu's body and seeped into his spiritual world. Regardless of whether it was the cold or the chaotic aura, they would cause damage to the body and mind. If they were not dealt with in time, the damage would gradually worsen until it became an irrecoverable injury. It would severely affect one's cultivation, making it impossible to improve or even regress. In a place like the land of the exiles, one's cultivation could not be improved, and one's strength could not be improved. It was an extremely terrifying thing. Chu Mu's muscles were frozen. His meridians were also frozen. His blood congealed, and his bone marrow was also frozen. His entire saint body lost the power to resist. Everything was frozen. Even his aura was frozen. His entire body was wrapped in gray snow, like a pile of snow. There was only coldness and no other aura. A few black and gray figures flew past the snow pile without stopping. They were the sinners. The sinners had a perception of aura that other races could not reach. But at this time they passed by Chu Mu, who had turned into a pile of snow without the slightest awareness. The chaotic aura rushed into Chu Mu's spiritual world and condensed into a strange shape. It was like a monster baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, attacking Chu Mu's primordial spirit. This was a primordial spirit attack. Chu Mu, who was in an epiphany, was not aware of it, but the 7-colored ring automatically resisted it. The red, orange, yellow, and green rings shone brightly, completely resisting the monsters formed by the chaotic aura. No matter how they attacked, they were unable to shake him in the slightest. Chu Mu's will spread out along with his epiphany. It spread out in all directions, passing through patches of gray snow and wrapping around patches of gray snow. It analyzed the gray snow's structure and essence. If someone pushed aside the gray snow, they would discover that Chu Mu's divine body had been completely frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. Any aura was sealed inside, not leaking out at all. After an unknown number of days, a group of figures flew over from afar and stopped beside the pile of snow Chu Mu had turned into. This was a group of human cultivators. After stopping for a while, they moved again and quickly left. This group of people was taking advantage of the sinners' activity during the gray snow period to hunt down the sinners. It was the most dangerous, but the harvest was naturally the most bountiful. As time passed, figures constantly passed by the pile of snow Chu Mu had turned into. They were either cultivators or sinners, but none of them could use Chu Mu's aura. During the gray snow period, there were many such piles of snow, so they would not attract much attention. After a while, a figure quickly ran over from afar, approaching the pile of snow Chu Mu had turned into. "Xiao Jun, you can escape." Following behind this figure was another figure who was even faster. As he chased, he shouted with a murderous aura. The person being chased did not say a word, but ran at full speed. In the land of exile, it was not that they could not fly, but they did not dare to, especially during a special period like the gray snow period. Flying in the air was no different from courting death. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, no matter how dangerous the situation was, most people would not fly in the air. The person chasing Xiao Jun waved his sword and slashed out an icy blue sword qi that emitted a shocking coldness. After this sword qi left the sword, it automatically absorbed the coldness in the gray snow, becoming colder and colder. Xiao Jun could feel the shocking coldness on his back, making it difficult for him to dodge. As he ran, he turned around and quickly retreated. At the same time, he raised the sword in his hand. A scorching aura rippled out, and the sword was filled with a fiery red color. The fiery red color became thick and viscous, like flowing magma. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the falling gray snow was burned by the high temperature when it was a few meters away from Xiao Jun's sword. It instantly melted, turning into wisps of white smoke. "Slash!" Xiao Jun silently said as he slashed out with his sword. A magma-like sword qi broke through the air, and wherever passed the gray, snow melted. When the magma-like sword qi slashed past the pile of snow, part of the pile of snow was also melted. With a boom, the two sword qis collided. These two sword qis were not ordinary sword qis, but extremely powerful sword qis, as if they were ultimate skills. One was icy cold, and the other was scorching hot. Under the collision, a terrifying energy shockwave spread out. In an instant, the gray snow within a radius of a few thousand meters was cleared, forming a temporary vacuum. The terrifying shockwave also hit the pile of snow, melting it layer by layer. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Jun, your iron bloodsword chi is indeed very powerful. If I were not injured, I would not dare to chase after you. The person chasing Xiao Jun laughed, not mincing his words. Li Mingyi, even if I am injured, I can still kill you. Xiao Jun angrily said, his blood boiling. If he had not fought with a bronze sinner and paid a heavy price to kill the bronze sinner, which was coincidentally seen by Li Mingyi, he would not have fallen into such a situation of being chased. However, if he dared to hunt sinners during the gray snow season, he would have to bear all kinds of possible dangers. He was already prepared. However, this Li Mingyi was not weak, and was comparable to the bronze sinner he had killed. If he was in his peak condition, he would not be afraid, but now that he was injured, it would be best if he could escape. After chasing for a while, Xiao Jun was finally sure of one thing. This Li Mingyi was determined to kill him, and it would be difficult for him to escape. Since that was the case, he had to fight. Even if he had to pay a price, he had to kill this person. Coincidentally, the place where they were going to fight was the place where Chu Mu had his epiphany. Cut the crap, Xiao Jun, your death has come. Li Mingyi laughed loudly. The sword in his hand shook, and a cold, grayish-blue color spread out. The sword seemed to have turned into an ice sword, emitting a shocking chill. The gray snow in the surroundings seemed to be attracted by the cold, and the gray snow was dyed with a layer of sharp metal. As it spun, it rushed toward Xiao Jun, cutting him. It was obvious that this was a very powerful sword technique. Level 6 sword energy reverberated on the sword. With a shake of the sword, rays of grayish-blue sword energy shot out. Li Mingyi's body moved, as if he had merged with the sword energy. Holding the sword, he rushed towards Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun waved the sword in his hand, drawing a circle in front of him and stopping in front of his chest. Magma flowed into the sword once again, and under the hot steam, the surroundings were evaporated by the high temperature, forming a vacuum. The gray snow that was flying towards him with a fierce killing intent melted and disappeared under the high temperature. Traces of aura lingered around the magma sword. Under the force of his legs, Xiao Jun held the sword and rushed towards Li Mingyi with a bang. One cold and one hot, the two of them started an intense battle. This was a battle of life and death. The sword techniques used by the two of them each had their own merits. One was incomparably sharp, like the ice in the deep sea. Moreover, it was constantly absorbing the cold from the gray snow to strengthen itself. The other was filled with terrifying heat. It was violent and shocking, like the rolling magma of a volcano. They were different sword techniques, but they were all very exquisite. They were sword techniques that had been passed down for thousands of years. They also followed the style of the land of exile, which was to be as simple and direct as possible. The goal was to kill the opponent, and there were no unnecessary movements. It was very different from the sword techniques of the deep blue world. After all, there were many types of sword techniques in the deep blue world, and there were many inheritances. Without the environment of the land of exile, some sword techniques pursued more elegance and so on. It was inevitable that there would be unnecessary movements. Perhaps in the deep blue world, those unnecessary movements weren't much because they were few and didn't have much of an effect. However, in the land of exile, those unnecessary movements could become flaws. Xiao Jun and Li Mingyi, who were in an intense battle, didn't know that the battle between the two of them had caused a lot of damage to the surroundings. The commotion had awakened a person who was in a state of enlightenment. Chu Mu's consciousness quickly retracted, and he quickly woke up. He could sense what was happening in the outside world. Chapter 1691. Being in an epiphany did not mean that Chu Mu was ignorant of the outside world. His aura was restrained, and the outside world could not perceive it. However, Chu Mu could perceive everything outside, and it was clearer than usual. Whether it was the sinners who passed by him at the beginning or Xiao Jun and Li Mingyi who were fighting next to him at the end, they were all under Chu Mu's perception. This was a very strange feeling. He could clearly perceive everything in the outside world, and his mind was much more flexible than usual, but he would not be disturbed by the outside world. His emotions and mind were in a state of absolute calmness, like snow untouched by dust. Moreover, in this state, Chu Mu could get out of the ice with just a thought if he wanted to, and he would not be affected. In this state, the chill of the gray snow was nothing to him. It was as if he had turned into the gray snow, and they were of the same origin. How could he be hurt? The reason why Chu Mu did not get out of the ice so quickly was that he wanted to experience this state more, this unique state. He did not know if he could enter it again after he got out of the ice, or if it was just once. It was a rare opportunity, so he named this state and this state the realm of silence. As long as the two sides of the battle did not affect him, Chu Mu did not plan to pay attention to it. In this state, Chu Mu's perception of the outside world was more than 10 times clearer. Therefore, he could more accurately sense the strength of the two sides of the battle. At the peak of the 6-star martial saint level, they had mastered the 6th level of sword power, which was quite extraordinary. Moreover, the sword techniques they used were very sharp, simple, and direct, and had amazing lethality. They had been tempered thousands of times, so they obviously did not come from an unorthodox background and had a complete inheritance. According to the situation in the land of exile, if one wanted to master the 6th level of sword power, other than comprehending it on their own, there was another way, and that was to sacrifice to the big black sword in order to get a reward. The 6th level of sword power required a total of 1,110 black iron hearts and 1,110 bronze hearts. It represented the lives of 1,110 dark iron level sinners and 1,110 bronze level sinners. With their abilities, it would not be difficult for them to kill more than 1,000 black iron rank sinners. However, it would not be easy for them to kill more than 1,000 bronze rank sinners. Therefore, if their level 6 sword energy was really obtained through sacrifices, then the bronze hearts were most likely not obtained by themselves. Coupled with their swordsmanship, there must be a corresponding force behind them that was not weak. Other than the peak 6th celestial level Aeon Yuan force and level 6 sword force, both of their saint bodies had reached level 3. Xiao Jun's saint body was slightly stronger at the peak of level 3. Li Mingyi's saint body was slightly weaker at the late level 3. Chu Mu could even sense that their primordial spirits were also at the peak of level 3. Their various abilities, in addition to their powerful and sharp sword techniques, had created a tyrannical strength that was not inferior to an ordinary 7-star saint level beginner. Moreover, Chu Mu could clearly sense that Xiao Jun's body was injured. It was an injury on his chest. A violent force was rushing towards his heart, lingering in his heart in an attempt to destroy it. Xiao Jun had no choice but to divert part of his strength to resist the suppression. Under such circumstances, Xiao Jun was unable to unleash 100% of his strength. He could only unleash about 70% of his strength. Xiao Jun, who could only unleash 70% of his strength, was gradually being suppressed by Li Mingyi. This had nothing to do with Chu Mu. He was only a bystander, analyzing the exquisiteness of their swordsmanship. This kind of swordsmanship was somewhat different from the swordsmanship that was circulated in the deep blue world. For Chu Mu, it could provide some inspiration. Under his unique realm, Chu Mu could clearly sense the swordsmanship of both parties. He could gradually analyze it. Xiao Jun's swordsmanship used his own sword origin and blood energy to condense power. It was a very scorching power like rolling lava. It was extremely terrifying. Once hit, one's blood energy would be ignited. On the other hand, Li Mingyi's swordsmanship was ice cold. It absorbed cold energy from the outside to strengthen his own swordsmanship. The exquisiteness of these two swordsmanship lay in the utilization of power. It was different from Chu Mu's own power utilization. Xiao Jun was gradually being suppressed and fell into a disadvantageous position. However, he still resisted and retreated towards Chu Mu's direction. Li Mingyi continued to attack. This kind of weather was very beneficial to him. His swordsmanship would continue to strengthen. Chi, 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 the ground was cut open by the sword chi. The sword chi spread out and cut open the ice on Chu Mu's body. The sword chi was unceasing. It was like a storm. Under the high temperature, the ice on Chu Mu's body gradually melted. In the end, only a thin layer was left. Someone's here. Li Mingyi and Xiao Jun both saw Chu Mu within the ice and were instantly shocked. However, they didn't pay attention to him because during the gray snow season, those who couldn't return to their camps in time and didn't have enough methods to resist the cold would be frozen by the gray snow. This was a very normal occurrence. Generally, this kind of situation would happen to low-level martial saints. Outside of the ice, their vitality would be extinguished and they would die. Even the spirit could not escape. In their view, the person inside the ice was already a dead man. In this case, Chu Mu could only leave the realm of tranquility. Otherwise, he would soon be affected. The ice on his body melted in an instant. Chu Mu's blood energy circulated again. It was steaming hot, dispelling the coldness in his body as much as possible. However, just as he circulated his blood energy again to dispel the coldness, because he left the realm of tranquility, his harmony with the surrounding environment disappeared. The coldness once again invaded his body. At this time, the coldness was much stronger than before. It made Chu Mu shiver all over. However, he quickly moved his feet and took out a bottle of 5 elemental spirit cleansing dew. He quickly drank it to resist the coldness in his body. From the time Chu Mu escaped to the time he drank the 5 elemental spirit cleansing dew, it was less than 3 breaths of time. Xiao Jun and Li Mingyi were both shocked. This person, who was only at the early 4th layer of the Aeon, didn't freeze to death. Soon after, when Chu Mu took out the 5 elemental spirit cleansing dew, it emitted a sliver of aura that caused the two's eyes to light up. They instantly realized that the bottle contained something good. It had a spiritual nature and was definitely a spirit item. The land of exile adhered to the law of the jungle more than the deep blue world. It was a naked law of the jungle. If you were interested in something, as long as you were strong enough, the general method was to snatch it. If the other party was strong enough and didn't have the confidence to snatch it, then they would use the method of trade. In Li Mingyi's eyes, this cultivator was only at the early stage of the 4-star saint realm. No matter how he survived the ice, the gap between him and a 6-star saint realm cultivator was huge. It should be known that his strength was enough to fight against a bronze sinner. Immediately, Li Mingyi and Xiao Jun discovered that the aura of this 4-star saint realm cultivator was very fresh. It was an aura that was different from the land of exile. Thinking about it, they recalled some of the sayings they knew. Immediately, they were 80% sure that this person might have entered the land of exile from the outside world recently. His strength wasn't high, and he came from the outside world recently. He probably didn't have a strong backer, and he also had a spiritual item. This was simply the most suitable fat sheep. If they didn't make a move, they would feel sorry for themselves. After forcing Xiao Jun back with a sword, Li Mingyi leaped a few meters into the air. This was a safe height. He waved his sword from above and used the force of the sword to propel himself forward. In an instant, he shot towards Chu Mu. His speed was extremely fast. If Chu Mu was really only a 4-star saint realm cultivator, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge this sword. Unfortunately, Li Mingyi had seriously misjudged Chu Mu's strength. The consequences of misjudging were very serious. Li Mingyi's sword attack was ice cold. Chu Mu's figure flashed, and the blaze spiritual sword appeared in his hand. He instantly deflected Li Mingyi's sword and slashed towards Li Mingyi again. In terms of strength, Chu Mu was comparable to a 7-star saint realm cultivator. No matter how strong Li Mingyi was, he was only at the early stage of the 7-star saint realm. The moment his sword was deflected by Chu Mu, Li Mingyi's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. A sword light appeared in front of his eyes and rapidly enlarged. Not to mention reacting, he didn't even have time to make a sound before the sword light cut through his neck and decapitated him. The head that flew up still had astonishment and shock on its face. However, Li Mingyi's reaction was very fast. His primordial spirit immediately drilled out of the top of his head and turned into a stream of light, quickly flying into the distance. With a prompt decision and quick reaction, even if flying at a high altitude was dangerous, at least there was still a chance of survival. This kind of reaction, this kind of decisiveness, definitely surpassed many cultivators in the deep blue world. Li Mingyi's reaction was fast, but Chu Mu's reaction wasn't slow either. The moment his primordial spirit drilled out of the top of his head, Chu Mu's left hand made a grabbing motion. An incomparably tyrannical force suddenly surged. The airflow rotated counterclockwise and produced a strong suction force, sucking in Li Mingyi's primordial spirit. Li Mingyi's primordial spirit couldn't escape. Instead, it followed the direction of Chu Mu's palm. "Let me go." A sharp voice rang out from Li Mingyi's primordial spirit. The face of the primordial spirit with clear facial features was filled with panic and hatred. "Let me go. I am the disciple of the melting snow, Sword Saint. If you kill me, you are dead." Without enough strength, the primordial spirit couldn't escape. It could only use its background to scare people. Chu Mu didn't fall for this trick. He exerted force with his left hand and grabbed Li Mingyi's primordial spirit. His power penetrated and erased Li Mingyi's consciousness, leaving behind a pure primordial spirit. From being repelled by Li Mingyi to attacking Chu Mu to being beheaded, and his primordial spirit couldn't escape and was captured. The entire process was very short, only in the blink of an eye. However, Xiao Jun wasn't blind. He saw everything clearly. It was because he saw everything clearly that his heart was in a perilous situation. Just now he was like Li Mingyi. He had the intention to kill Li Mingyi and seize the spirit item. This was a very normal thing in the land of exile. However, because he was injured and could only use 70% of his strength, he was repelled by Li Mingyi and seized the initiative. Now, after being shocked, he only wanted to say that it was a good steal. Chapter 1692. The people in the land of exile had their own rules. If they could kill, they would kill. If they couldn't, they would either leave quickly or express their goodwill. In short, they would do everything they could to survive. Compared to the outside world, this place was more direct, and there were fewer twists and turns. Seeing how Xiao Jun was able to kill Li Mingyi with one strike, even though it was based on the fact that Li Mingyi had underestimated him, it also meant that Xiao Jun's cultivation wasn't high. However, he was stronger than them. "Sir, my name is Xiao Jun. I'm from the Ironwing camp. I'm the younger brother of Xiao Zhan, the commander of the Ironwing Army's 8th Army. May I know your name?" Xiao Jun took the initiative to introduce himself. He used the simplest words to explain his name and identity. In the land of exile, this was the easiest way to express goodwill to unfamiliar experts. Cultivation wasn't absolute. Strength was the true standard of measurement. Chu Mu. Chu Mu smiled and said, if they were in the outside world, he wouldn't have taken Xiao Jun's Yuan spirit so brazenly. However, in this place, the strong preyed on the weak. He didn't have any scruples. However, Chu Mu still had his own principles. He wouldn't kill the innocent. Otherwise, Xiao Jun wouldn't be able to live. Xiao Jun introduced himself to let Chu Mu know his background. The Ironwing camp was Chu Mu's temporary destination. The force controlled by the Ironwing camp was called the Ironwing Army. It could be said that the Ironwing camp was created by the Ironwing Army. The Ironwing Army was divided into 8 armies. Each army had a commander. Above the 8 commanders of the 8 armies, there was a Grand Commander, who was also the person with the highest authority in the Ironwing Army. Xiao Jun was the younger brother of Xiao Zhan, the commander of the Iron Wing Army's 8th Army. Naturally, he was also a member of the Iron Wing Army. He was a peak 6-star saint, but his strength was comparable to an ordinary 7-star saint. He must have a certain status in the Iron Wing Army. Sir Chu Mu, you must have just come from the outside world. Xiao Jun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Since Chu Mu would answer him, he would at least show goodwill. That's obvious. Chu Mu said. The aura on his body was still very fresh, so it was easy to determine that he came from the outside world. Sir, our Iron Wing camp is a famous force in the land of exile. We have many experts and abundant resources. Furthermore, we are very united. After heaving a sigh of relief, Xiao Jun started to explain, hoping to win over Chu Mu. At the very least, he wanted to leave a good impression on Chu Mu. Also, Li Mingyi, whom you have killed, is the disciple of the Melting Snow Sword Saint. The Melting Snow Sword Saint is an elder of the Snowfall Camp, a 9-star martial saint. He is powerful, ruthless, and vengeful. If he finds out that you have killed his disciple, he will definitely not let it go. Are you threatening me? Chu Mu asked. No, no, no. Xiao Jun hurriedly waved his hand and explained, I don't dare to threaten your excellency. I just want to clarify the reason. After all, your excellency has just entered this place and is still unfamiliar with it. It just so happens that I also want to go to the Iron Wing camp, but the snow is too heavy. If brother Xiao doesn't mind, please lead the way, Chu Mu said. It would be my pleasure, your excellency, Xiao Jun said happily. If he couldn't kill him, nor did he want to be his enemy, then he could make friends with him appropriately. If he could make him join the Iron Wing Army and become a member, it would undoubtedly strengthen the Iron Wing Army. In an instant, Xiao Jun's thoughts turned. Although it was said that the strong preyed on the weak in the land of exile, humans were intelligent and did not rely on instinct. This was especially true for those who had forces. Other than strengthening themselves, they would also want to strengthen their forces. With Xiao Jun leading the way, Chu Mu would not go in the wrong direction. After a while, Chu Mu's 5 elements spirit cleansing dew was used up, and a deep chill invaded his body. Your Excellency, there should be burning blood in Li Mingyi's spatial ring. It can resist the cold very well, Xiao Jun said immediately. Burning blood. Chu Mu was puzzled. This is the burning blood. A black wine gourd appeared in Xiao Jun's hand. After opening it, a faint red steam came out. He drank a mouthful and swallowed, his face turning red in an instant. This is a special kind of wine. It has an astonishingly high temperature. You can't drink it normally, otherwise it will burn your internal organs. You can only drink it during the gray snow season to resist the cold and protect your body. Chu Mu immediately understood. He used his spiritual power to search Li Mingyi's spatial ring and found a wine gourd, but it was grayish blue. With a thought, the wine gourd appeared in his hand. He opened the cork, and a faint red steam rushed out. Chu Mu smelled a strange fishy smell and a burning heat. This was a kind of wine. Chu Mu was not addicted to wine, but he had some good wine. He always had the intention of tasting different kinds of wine. He used his spiritual power to take a ball of burning blood out of the wine gourd. It floated in front of Chu Mu. It was scarlet red like boiling water. Tiny bubbles could be vaguely seen. Chu Mu opened his mouth and swallowed the ball of burning blood. He immediately felt a burning heat spread in his mouth. When he swallowed it, the burning blood flowed down his throat. It felt like he had swallowed red-hot charcoal. One had to know that Chu Mu was a saint rank expert and also had a peak 4th rank saint body. It was extremely powerful and could make him feel scalding. If it were a normal person, not to mention touching, even approaching a certain range would cause them to be burned to ashes by the high temperature emitted. However, although the burning blood flames temperature was very high, under the ash snow season, the surrounding temperature was very low. The coldness unceasingly invaded Chu Mu's body, and, to a large extent, weaken the burning blood flame's high temperature. Similarly, as the burning blood flame entered his stomach, a scalding heat instantly diffused through his body, attacking his limbs and bones, temporarily counteracting the coldness. Chu Mu felt the burning aura in his body while recalling the taste of the burning blood. It was a very strange smell. There was a fishy smell, a bit of sweetness, and an even richer alcohol smell. The alcohol content was extremely high. All in all, this burning blood roast's taste was somewhat complex. Moreover, it should have been brewed using many different ingredients. For a moment, Chu Mu could only distinguish the majority. He did not bother to continue to distinguish them. So what if he could distinguish them? Was he going to brew it himself? Chu Mu did not have the leisure to do so. With the burning blood, Chu Mu did not need to take out the 5 elements spirit purification do. This thing was a spiritual object. It was difficult to isolate and easy to be discovered. It was best not to take it out in front of people. Previously, he had taken it out as a last resort. It had attracted Li Mingyi's greed and killing intent. Chu Mu believed that Xiao Jun had also felt it. However, Xiao Jun had not shown any reaction. He should have been shocked by his own strength. The 2 people quickly moved forward in the gray snow. With Xiao Jun leading the way, their speed was very fast. After a while, the outline of a camp appeared in front of them. Because of the gray snow, it was very blurry. "Brother Chu, the Iron Wing camp is almost there," Xiao Jun said. Along the way, the 2 of them would chat as they hurried along. Xiao Jun was very interested in the outside world, so he asked questions about the outside world. Chu Mu learned from the chat that Xiao Jun was born in the land of exile. The outside world was just a place he yearned for. After all, the environment in the land of exile was quite harsh, while the outside world was like a paradise. According to some cultivators from the outside world, people like Xiao Jun, who was born and raised here, yearned for it. In exchange, Xiao Jun would also tell Chu Mu about the land of exile in more detail than the 2 people who were forced by Chu Mu. While talking, the 2 people arrived at the gate of the Iron Wing camp. "Stop!" The 2 guards of the Iron Wing camp were 4-star saints. They were members of the Iron Wing army. Their sharp eyes fell on the faces of Xiao Jun and Chu Mu. "I'm Xiao Jun of the 8th Iron Wing army." Xiao Jun took out a token and handed it to them. The 2 guards looked at the token carefully and were very serious. Then they straightened up and bowed to Xiao Jun in a way that Chu Mu thought was a little strange. "Soldiers of the 7th Army. Greetings, Captain Xiao." In the Iron Wing army, below the commander was the captain. Xiao Jun was one of the captains of the 8th Iron Wing army. Chu Mu was a stranger. If he wanted to enter the Iron Wing camp, he had to pay a certain amount of black iron heart. But since he was brought by Xiao Jun, he was exempt. However, he still needed to file a record. It was not difficult to file a record. One's name and origin. Knowing that Chu Mu had just come from the outside world, the 2 guards' attitude became much better. Chu Mu also understood what they meant. They wanted him to join the Iron Wing army and become a part of it. Seeing that he was brought here by Xiao Jun, it was most likely the same. In the future, they might be companions. The Iron Wing army was very united. Their attitude towards their companions was naturally different from their attitude towards outsiders. Xiao Jun could roughly guess what the 2 guards were thinking, but he didn't give any explanation. Could it be that he had to tell these 2 guards that a 4-star saint-level cultivator in their eyes was actually someone who was stronger than Xiao Jun? Even if he said that, the 2 guards probably would not believe him. Why waste his breath? Soon, Chu Mu walked into the Iron Wing camp under Xiao Jun's lead. Iron Wing camp was the camp of Iron Wing army, which was under the control of Iron Wing army. However, besides Iron Wing army, there were other cultivators in Iron Wing camp. Most of them didn't belong to any camp or force. They were basically lone travelers or small groups, which posed no threat to Iron Wing army. In addition, There were a small number of people from other camps who were temporarily resting in the Iron Wing camp. If they were not a member of the Iron Wing army, they could not easily stay in the Iron Wing camp. They had to pay a corresponding fee, which was the sinner's hearts, usually black iron heart. In other words, the Iron Wing camp provided a temporary place for them to rest. It also earned some black iron heart from them to supplement the daily consumption of the camp. After learning about this, Chumu felt that the person who came up with this method was smart. Not only would he not be threatened, but he could also earn some extra money. Chapter 1693. Once he entered the camp, Chumu felt that the temperature inside the camp was clearly different from the outside. There seemed to be a peculiar energy here that isolated the cold as much as possible. Therefore, in the camp, the cold wasn't as cold as the outside world. Even if Chumu didn't use the burning blood pill or the 5 elemental spirit cleansing dew, he could rely on his own body to resist the cold without being affected at all. The area of the camp was very large. Countless houses were arranged in an orderly manner. Warriors in black iron armor were patrolling the camp in groups of 10. The entire camp's atmosphere gave Chumu a feeling that it was like a military camp. The Iron Wing Army was named after the army. The entire army was as disciplined as an army. Xiao Jun led Chumu forward. Before long, they arrived at a large building. After arranging things for Chumu, he turned and left in a hurry. Chumu stayed in the room. It was large, but the decorations were simple. The style of the Iron Wing Army was shocking to the eye. "Big brother, I brought back a super genius. He's extremely strong." Xiao Jun found Xiao Zhan and said excitedly, "You should recruit him personally and make him a member of the 8th Army." At this time, Xiao Zhan was in the 8th Army's camp. Aside from him, the captains of the 8th Army were also present. They seemed to be discussing something. Hearing Xiao Jun's words, everyone was stunned. "What super genius? How strong is he?" Xiao Zhan asked with a smile. He was a 9-star saint and the commander of the 8th Iron Wing Army. Whether it was in terms of status or strength, he was far superior to others. Being personally recruited by him was an extremely high treatment. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to do so. His cultivation base is only at the early 4th heaven stage of the Aeon realm. Xiao Jun's first words greatly reduced everyone's interest. There were even 2 or 3 people whose eyes flashed with a trace of disdain, but Xiao Jun didn't notice and continued. "Although his cultivation isn't high, his strength is very tyrannical. Xiao Jun, no matter how tyrannical an early 4th heaven stage cultivator is, can he compare to a high-level saint?" Before Xiao Jun could finish, he was interrupted. One of the captains sneered, "Even most of the high-level saints aren't qualified for the commander to personally recruit them." That's right. Although this person's cultivation isn't high, his strength is indeed comparable to that of a high-level martial saint. Xiao Jun glanced at the person who spoke and refuted. This sentence immediately caused many people to roar with laughter. Even Xiao Zhan, Xiao Jun's brother, shook his head. An early 4th heavenly layer of the Aeon realm with the strength of a high-level saint was simply a fantasy. At the very least, they had never heard of such an existence, let alone seen one. "Xiao Jun, it seems like you still haven't made any progress. Even the number 1 genius of the 5 major cities doesn't have such talent." The one who spoke was still the same person from before. He seemed to have some conflict with Xiao Jun and was specifically targeting him. "All right, Xiao Jun, we're still discussing important matters," Xiao Zhan said. Xiao Zhan was a 9-star saint, while Xiao Jun was a 6-star saint. Although they were blood-related brothers, the age difference was simply too great. When Xiao Jun was still a child, Xiao Zhan was already a saint. It could be said that Xiao Zhan had raised Xiao Jun single-handedly. Thus, in Xiao Zhan's eyes, Xiao Jun was like a child. It was like a family. Even if he had grown up and had children, in the eyes of his parents and grandparents, he was still a child. Furthermore, Xiao Zhan was familiar with Xiao Jun's personality. Sometimes he liked to joke, but he wouldn't lie. However, the news Xiao Jun had just revealed was too shocking. An early fourth heaven stage cultivator had the strength of a high-level saint. Even if he was only comparable to a 7-star saint, it was still unimaginable. What kind of concept was that? According to the most basic theory, the difference in strength between each heaven stage was 100 times. The difference between the 7th and 4th heaven stage of the Aeon realm was 1,000,000 times. 1,000,000 times. That was an unimaginable difference, especially since the 4th heaven stage of the Aeon realm was a mid-level saint, while the 7th heaven stage of the Aeon realm was a high-level saint. That was a completely different level of difference. From birth until now, what Xiao Zhan had seen and heard in the land of exiles, even the most outstanding geniuses, known as monstrous geniuses, hadn't reached that level. At most, they had crossed 2 heaven stages of the Aeon realm. In other words, the early 4th heaven stage of the Aeon realm could fight against a 6th heaven stage of the Aeon realm. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Zhan didn't believe it. If he didn't believe it, the others naturally wouldn't believe it either. "All right, Xiao Jun, you might have made a mistake," said Xiao Zhan. "Sit down first. We need to discuss this matter." Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Jun was also a little confused. Could it be that he really made a mistake? Back then, Chu Mu had killed Li Mingyi with a single sword strike. He hadn't seen it wrongly. "Commander, I have another question. I have to ask you clearly so that I won't be tricked and lose face for the 8th Iron-Winged Army," said Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi opened his mouth again. His tone was strange and mocking. It was obvious that he was targeting Xiao Jun. "Xiao Jun, why do you say that person has the strength of an advanced saint? What proof do you have?" Zheng Qi had a conflict with Xiao Jun in the past and had suffered a loss. He had always hated Xiao Jun and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. However, Xiao Jun was Xiao Zhan's younger brother. If he dared to attack Xiao Jun, Xiao Zhan would definitely kill him. However, Xiao Zhan was a man of justice. As the commander of the 8th Army, even if Xiao Jun made a mistake, he would still be punished severely. Therefore, Zheng Qi wouldn't really attack Xiao Jun in the camp. However, he would never get tired of using words to provoke Xiao Jun. Xiao Zhan wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Now that he had a chance to humiliate Xiao Jun in front of everyone, Zheng Qi wouldn't let it go. "He killed Li Mingyi in front of me." Xiao Jun stared at Zheng Qi and said coldly, "Although Li Mingyi is a peak 6-star saint, his strength is comparable to a low-level 7-star saint. This person was able to kill Li Mingyi with a single sword strike. This is enough to show that he is much stronger than Li Mingyi." Everyone was shocked when they heard Xiao Jun's words. They all knew who Li Mingyi was. Because the Snowfall camp and the Iron Wing camp had clashed many times, the stronger and more talented people on both sides knew who Li Mingyi was. The reason why Li Mingyi targeted Xiao Jun and wanted to kill him while he was injured was also because of this. Therefore, when they heard that Li Mingyi was killed by a 4-star beginner stage martial saint cultivator, their first reaction was disbelief. That was impossible. Li Mingyi was a peak 6-star saint, but his strength was comparable to a low-level 7-star saint. Even a mid-level or high-level 7-star saint wouldn't be able to kill him with a single sword strike. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that the early stage 4th celestial layer cultivator that Xiao Jun mentioned was comparable to a 7-star saint? That was even more unbelievable. Xiao Zhan frowned. "Ha ha ha, Commander, I think we can put aside our discussion for now. If that person is really so talented, we should recruit him." Zheng Qi laughed. He stood up and strode out of the camp. Although he didn't know where Chu Mu was, it was easy for him to find out since he had real power. Seeing Zheng Qi's actions, Xiao Zhan frowned and was a little unhappy. In the 8th Army, Zheng Qi was a troublemaker. Although he was only a 7-star saint, he wasn't afraid of being punished by Xiao Zhan. Most importantly, Zheng Qi had a close relationship with Xiao Zhan. Both of their surnames were Zheng, but the outside world didn't know the details of their relationship. Xiao Zhan had some guesses. Because of this, Zhang Qi was more daring than the other captains in the Eighth Army. Fortunately, he knew that he couldn't be too arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good ending if he angered Xiao Zhan. Seeing Zhang Qi stride out, Xiao Jun's expression changed, and he quickly chased after him. "Let's continue the discussion," Xiao Zhan said. Although the other captains were interested in watching, they didn't have Zhang Qi's background, so they had to listen to Xiao Zhan. Zhang Qi's speed was very fast. "Stop, Zhang Qi!" Xiao Jun quickly chased after him and tried to stop him. However, Zhang Qi was stronger and his movement technique was better than Xiao Jun's. He passed Xiao Jun's interception in an instant and smiled. "Xiao Jun, don't worry. I will expose that liar for you." Zhang Qi scanned with his divine sense and soon found Chu Mu's room. With a bang, Zhang Qi directly kicked open the door and violently rushed into the room. "Who are you? How dare you deceive the people of the Iron Wing Army? Tell me, are you a spy from the other camps?" The moment Zhang Kuang charged into the room, his powerful aura immediately locked onto Chu Mu. When he opened his mouth to question him, he immediately labeled Chu Mu as a swindler and spy, using his powerful aura to suppress and lock onto Chu Mu. He didn't give Chu Mu a chance to resist or speak. Chu Mu was just a fish in the moat. Zhang Qi was targeting Xiao Jun, and Chu Mu was someone Xiao Jun had brought. Naturally, Zhang Qi would target him. He was just an early fourth heaven stage. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't possibly reach the level of a freak. Since a freak was said to be hard to find, it wasn't so easy to find one. Zhang Qi didn't know that although he was powerful and was a 7-star saint rank expert, his aura had no effect on Chu Mu. As long as Chu Mu wanted to, he could instantly break free from Zhang Qi's aura lock. At this moment, Xiao Jun charged in and appeared in front of Chu Mu. He released his own aura to fight against Zhang Qi. "Xiao Jun, are you determined to protect a spy from the other camps?" Zhang Qi immediately accused Xiao Jun. Even so, he didn't dare to directly attack Xiao Jun. This was also the reason why Xiao Zhan hadn't come. Right at this moment, a wave of bell chimes resounded. It was vast and mighty, and it caused Zhang Qi and Xiao Jun's expressions to change greatly. Chapter 1694. Zhang Qi and Xiao Jun's expressions changed drastically as the bell tolled. Something had happened. "I'll deal with you when I'm done, you liar." Zhang Qi glared at Chu Mu through Xiao Jun. With a cold snort, he turned and left. "Brother Chu, stay here for now. With me here, Zhang Qi won't dare do anything." Xiao Jun turned around and hastily said to Chu Mu. Soon after, he quickly rushed out of the room. It seemed that something big was about to happen. Chu Mu also walked out of the room. His intuition told him that something big was about to happen in the camp, and it might affect him. Of course, it was only a possibility. He didn't know the specifics. As soon as Chu Mu walked outside, he saw figures in black armor. They were the warriors of the Iron Wing Army. Almost all of them had been mobilized, and they were rapidly moving around the camp. A strange roar came from afar. Chu Mu immediately knew what the roar came from. "Sinner." Furrowing his brows, Chu Mu immediately confirmed. Moreover, with so many voices, Chu Mu was certain that there wasn't just one sinner, but many. Many sinners had appeared in the Iron Wing camp. It was currently the gray snow period, a time when sinners were very active. It was very suitable for sinners to move about. During this time, the camp could be attacked by sinners. This kind of attack wasn't just a few dozen sinners, but thousands or even tens of thousands of sinners. Thousands or even tens of thousands of sinners attacked. Some of them were black iron sinners, but there were also bronze sinners and silver sinners. This kind of attack wasn't easy to defend against. They had to keep the sinners outside the camp as much as possible. At the very least, they had to keep the sinners at the edge of the camp. They couldn't let them enter the camp. Otherwise, they would cause great damage to the camp. Even if they won in the end, they would have to pay a heavy price to rebuild the camp. Therefore, the Iron-Winged Army was mobilized to the periphery of the camp to resist the attacks of the sinners and kill as many sinners as possible. Some of the Iron-Winged Army soldiers wandered around the camp to prevent the sinners from breaking through the encirclement and entering the camp. They would unleash their full strength in an instant and kill the sinners with the least cost. Moreover, these Iron-Winged Army soldiers would also deter the non-Iron-Winged Army soldiers in the camp to a certain extent. When Chumu walked out, a group of Iron-Winged Army soldiers walked past him. Their gazes lingered on Chumu. After confirming that Chumu was only at the early 4th heavenly layer, they ignored him. With such a cultivation base, he probably wasn't strong enough to cause any damage to the camp. Unless they didn't want to live, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly at this time. Sometimes having a low cultivation level had its advantages. At the very least, one wouldn't be taken seriously. But sometimes having a low cultivation level also had its disadvantages. One would be treated like an ant. Chumu didn't care. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother to prove his strength to others. Of course, Zhengqi's actions made Chumu unhappy. In a place like the Land of Exile, he didn't need to have as many misgivings as in the Deep Blue World. This was because the rules here advocated the law of the jungle. Here, he didn't have any worries or restrictions. He could completely let go and do whatever he wanted. If Chumu was a devil of the Devil Dao, the Land of Exile would be the best hunting ground. But he wasn't. He was a sword cultivator with his own heart. He had his own principles. Within the Iron-Winged camp, the amount of snow was even less than outside. It was only about 1/10 of the snow. The obstruction to vision was far less than outside. Chumu's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. As he strode forward, he vaguely saw the figures of the sinners in the distance. Other than the sinners, there were also warriors in black armor fighting with the sinners. The Land of Exile was also a place where experts gathered. This was because in the Land of Exile, if one's strength wasn't at the saint level, it was impossible to leave the camp or city. Otherwise, even the slightest danger could be fatal. One had to know that even the weakest sinner had strength that surpassed an ordinary 3-star saint. It could be said that in the Land of Exile, if a cultivator's strength wasn't at the mid-level saint level, they wouldn't have the ability to move independently, unless they were geniuses or the like, the kind that could fight above their level. Speaking of which, this was a disadvantage. Those below the mid-level saint level could only stay in the city or camp or be protected by experts. They were like cubs. However, there was a benefit to the Land of Exile that the outside world didn't have. That was, it wasn't difficult for the cultivators here to reach the saint level. It was very easy. Generally, it would only take a few decades to reach the immemorial realm from the beginning. Some geniuses had extraordinary talent and had better resources to nurture. They only needed 20 to 30 years of cultivation to reach the immemorial realm. Moreover, the difficulty of reaching the 4th immemorial realm from the 1st immemorial realm was much lower than the outside world, which was the Deep Blue World. In the Deep Blue World, there were many times more cultivators than in the Land of Exile. However, according to the ratio, the number of cultivators who could reach the immemorial realm was far less than in the Land of Exile. After all, in the Deep Blue World, the difficulty of advancing to the eternal realm was extremely high. It could even be said to be 1 in 100. However, in the Land of Exile, the probability of advancing to the eternal realm was as high as 60 to 70%. The two were on completely different levels. The population of the Land of Exile couldn't be compared to the Deep Blue World, but it wasn't small either. The cultivators who entered the Land of Exile continued to reproduce. After countless years, many people were born. Another important point was that the foundation of the Deep Blue World's population was actually ordinary people. However, the Land of Exile was different. Ordinary people couldn't enter the Land of Exile. Those who entered the Land of Exile from the outside world, regardless of the reason, were at least eternal realm's sacred rank. The descendants of Eternal Realm's Sacred Rank's talent and bloodline wouldn't be too bad. It was easy for them to become cultivators. This was the result of a strong foundation. In the land of exile, apart from reaching the low-level saint level, one would be arranged to receive some training. On one hand, it was to accumulate enough battle experience. On the other hand, it was better to improve oneself. Generally, it wouldn't take more than 100 years to reach the fourth immemorial realm from the first immemorial realm. Some geniuses only needed 40, 50, or even 30 years to achieve this. For example, Xiao Jun. When Chu Mu chatted with him, he learned that Xiao Jun took a total of 50 years to reach the fourth immemorial realm from the first immemorial realm. In the end, Xiao Jun was older than Chu Mu by a few decades. This was equivalent to the difference between a peak 6-star saint rank and a beginning stage for star saint rank. A few decades was a very short period of time. Low-level saints didn't have the qualifications to fight sinners. Even geniuses weren't allowed to fight sinners without the protection of experts. This was because it was a life and death battle. The current battle at the edge of the Ironwing camp was between the Ironwing army and sinners. The weakest of the Ironwing army's warriors was a 4-star saint. In the camps and cities of the land of exile, normal 4-star to 6-star martial saints could only be considered as warriors. Only those who had the strength of a high-order martial saint could hold the position of captain. It was for this reason that Zhang Kuang didn't pay any attention to Chu Mu. No matter how powerful a low-level 4-star saint was, he could at most be comparable to a 5-star saint. Although he was amazing, he was like an ant in Zhang Kuang's eyes. A dead genius was nothing. Chu Mu keenly discovered that every once in a while, there would be a 7-star saint rank Ironwing army captain leading a group of middle-stage saint rank Ironwing army soldiers to intercept the sinners and engage in an intense battle with them. This was a battle of life and death. The Ironwing army's swordsmanship was extremely ferocious. There was a faint iron-blooded style to it that was similar to Xiao Jun's iron-blood swordsmanship. They should belong to the same lineage. Chu Mu observed and found that the 7-star saint captains of the Ironwing army were using the complete iron-blood swordsmanship, just like Xiao Jun's. Of course, when different people practiced the same swordsmanship, they would more or less have their own style after using it. Moreover, every Ironwing army soldier had at least grasped the first level of sword force. In other words, they could be considered sword saints. As for those captains, they had at least grasped the 4th level of sword force. If this group of people came to the deep blue world, they would definitely stir up a terrifying storm. Chu Mu thought to himself with a solemn expression. Thinking about it, the people here could comprehend the essence of swordsmanship and grasp sword force by themselves. They could also sacrifice to the Onyx God Greatsword to obtain feedback and stimulate sword force. Furthermore, the fighting style here was more direct and ferocious. There was a difference between life and death in battle. Chu Mu saw a very cruel scene. The Ironwing army soldiers killed the sinners. There were also Ironwing army soldiers who had their chests pierced by the sinners' sharp claws and dug out their hearts. The sinners directly stuffed the hearts into their mouths and chewed them. Some blood foam flowed out from the corners of their mouths. It was a horrifying sight. After eating the hearts, the sinners seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They became violent and their strength increased rapidly. Their strength had clearly increased. Fortunately, the Ironwing army soldiers were good at teamwork. Their cooperation made their combat strength even stronger. Oh, that's a bronze rank sinner. Chu Mu shifted his gaze and finally locked onto a sinner that was different from the sinners beside him. That sinner's body seemed to be taller and stronger than the dark iron rank sinners. Moreover, its skin wasn't grayish-black but bronze. It looked just right and had a more intense metallic texture. The bronze rank sinner's body seemed to be more perfect than the dark iron rank sinners. It possessed much more tyrannical strength and speed. Its strength also far surpassed the dark iron rank sinners.